a mother of many children takes a job with a fading millionaire widower. And barely had she sat down at the piano. Marian looked at the note for what must have been the 10th time, rereading it. No, the handwriting was legible, but the content. Marian, I'm sorry, but I can't go on like this. I've fallen in love with another woman, and today she and I are leaving for another city. Don't look for us. Tell the children I love them. Matthew. She slowly sat back in her chair and waved the note away, as if that little scrap of paper could provide some kind of coolness. It just can't be. Marian muttered quietly. No, she'd noticed something strange going on with Matthew lately. She had noticed it, but she didn't want to believe it. It was true what they said about a husband cheating the wife would be the last to know. He told her he was working hard, that he was tired, that he was working late, that he was going out in the evenings and weekends. Even the kids seemed to have begun to suspect something. At least the eldest, Stephen, he's 14 now. Marian, at his age, would probably realize by now that her mom and dad don't like each other and are only together because they have nowhere to live separately. Of course, in front of the children, Marian pretended that everything was fine. Daddy just works hard, she answered all their questions and smiled, trying to make it look believable. He does it for us. She saw Stephen frown incredulously. He hadn't asked his mother anything. Perhaps because he didn't want to bother his younger brother and sister. Or maybe he thought the adults would figure it out for themselves. Suspicions had plagued Marian for a long time. She tried to ignore them as best she could. Her blonde, long hair stuck to the front passenger seat of her husband's car. Though Marian's was dark walnut-colored and long past her shoulders, she wouldn't let it go. Long hair isn't practical when you have 3 kids. Just giving a lift to one of his colleagues, she thought. Was Marian thinking about hair or acquaintances? The smell of someone else's sweet feminine perfume from his clothes, the sound of a text message arriving on his phone at 2 a.m. Matthew, who'd been going to the bathroom for an hour at a time just to go have a beer with his friends. And his friends who hid their eyes if they happened to run into Marian. All of this she found an explanation for. Why, she thought, clutching the note in her hands. Why did I make excuses for him when it was so obvious? Just because I was used to trusting him? Or because I've never cheated anyone myself? In 15 years of marriage, Marian had never once lied to Matthew, even about the smallest things. Or maybe she was just afraid of ruining their stable, steady world she'd grown so accustomed to over the years. Don't wake trouble while it's quiet, Marian's grandmother was fond of saying. Marian didn't wake her up, just pretended everything was the same as before, until he decided to make the first move. Mum, are we having dinner tonight? Stephen came into the kitchen. He had always picked up her moods like radar, and now he knew at once that something was wrong with his mother. Marian twitched, tried to hide the note, but the son jumped to her in 2 steps, practically pulled the paper from his mother's hands, read it in a couple of seconds, sighed in a mature way, without surprise, as if he had long been prepared that such a thing could happen. I see. Have you called him yet? Why? What do you mean, why? The eldest son sat down next to me. Of all the children, he was the most like Marian, the same dark hazel hair, expressive green eyes and straight, neat nose. But unlike the soft Marian, Stephen was serious and sensible from childhood, as if he was preparing for the fact that he would have to become the head of the family. We'll have to discuss divorce, alimony. Who will pay for the flat? We have a mortgage for another 5 years. You're probably right. We should just talk to him about it. I just don't believe it's real yet. His son sighed and put his hand over hers. I know it's very difficult for you right now, Mum, but you and I both knew this was going to happen at some point. How long has he been cheating on you? 3 years? 5 years? Marian flinched as if struck by a blow. I don't know. Let's not talk about it. You'd better call the younger ones. We must have supper. Stephen got up. I'll get them. You're not going to tell them yet? No. I'll contact your father first. Marian threw the note into the rubbish bin. Matthew didn't answer his phone or text messages. Marian even called him at work. They said Matthew had tendered his resignation a few days earlier, and they never saw him again. Marian also called some of his friends. They replied that they didn't know anything either. Only one of the mates, Alex, said that Matthew had told him about his plans to leave his wife and kids and run off with his mistress. I thought he was joking, Alex sighed. It turned out to be a joke. You knew Matthew was cheating on me, didn't you? Marian asked. There was silence in the phone for a few seconds. But then Alex answered. Yes. Okay, said Marian. I understand. Thanks for telling me everything. She finished the calls, looked thoughtfully out the window. The children were already asleep, and now she had time to think and decide what to do next. After Molly, their youngest daughter, had been born 7 years ago, it was clear that Marian wouldn't be working for a long time. And what are you going to do there? Her husband said then. Even if you worked double shifts at your hospital, your salary wouldn't even be enough for one child, let alone 3. Marian sighed. She realized that nurses weren't paid that much. Quit, Matthew continued. Take care of the house and the children, and we'll have enough money. So she listened to her husband and resigned from the hospital where she had worked for many years. Of course, they were very upset. There was already a shortage of nurses, and there were very few responsible and careful professionals like Marian. She didn't really want to quit. She enjoyed her work, but it was difficult to combine it with caring for her husband and children. After she was fired, Marian didn't know where to put herself for the first time. She was used to being torn between her shifts, her husband, her children, and household chores. Only maternity leave was a rest for her, but only from work, because the rest of her duties were not canceled. Now she could take Molly and Alex to nursery in the morning and Stephen to school. On the way back, she had to go grocery shopping, then do the dishes, put the toys away, throw things in the wash, sweep and mop the floors. And then it was time to make lunch so that by the time it was ready, she could run to pick up the younger ones from kindergarten. Marian used to run to the school to pick up Stephen, but after the little sister started kindergarten, the eldest of the family protested. I'm a big boy, he told his mother. I can walk to school on my own. You're only 9? Marian objected. Stephen only furrowed his eyebrows stubbornly. The school's near the house. You've got 2 kids to drag from kindergarten, and then you have to follow me. And I'm ashamed to walk with my mom, like a little kid, honestly. His mom sighed and agreed. Once Stephen had made up his mind about something, there was no changing his mind. In time, Marian fell into this cycle of home life and didn't even realize she'd ever worked. Matthew's money was enough for them. And her husband was satisfied with the fact that after work he had a clean house, a hot dinner, fed and washed children, and a wife who did not smell of chlorine and iodine. Only now Marian did not understand what she should do in this situation. She hasn't worked in 7 years. They live in a flat that still has a mortgage to pay for a few more years. The money they have now is only enough for a month at the most. If they cut back on all their expenses, 2 months. Of course, there was hope that Matthew would come to his senses and call. But her gut feeling told her that wasn't going to happen. And then what to do? Where do I get the money? Marian had no one to help her. She didn't know her father. Her mother never told her much about him. And her mom had died 5 years ago. We've got to get a job, thought Marian. Otherwise, we'll soon be on the street. The woman who sat across from her took another look at her CV and sighed heavily. She lowered her heavy metal-rimmed glasses closer to the tip of her nose. It was getting towards evening, and the employment officer wanted to finish the day and go home as soon as possible. And here was this misunderstanding, a 35-year-old mother of 3 minor children who had last worked 7 years ago as a nurse in a regular hospital. I don't know what to offer you, she said. I don't suppose you'd consider per diem or full-time work at all? Marian sighed and waved her hands. The woman snorted unhappily. Then I have nothing to offer you. Nothing at all? Marian clarified. No. Noticing the disappointed look on Marian's face, the woman said, I still have your phone number, and if anything comes up, I'll call you. Thank you, Marian replied, smiled, and walked out, carefully closing the door behind her. Already outside, when she got into her old black Toyota, which she had bought before her marriage, Marian exhaled slowly and leaned back in the driver's seat. It's okay, she said to herself. We'll make it. She mentally counted the money she had left there should be enough for another month. She had already cut back on her own expenses, but she didn't want to save money on the children. Though if she couldn't find a job, she'd have to cut back on their clubs and activities. She could also sell some of her things, especially expensive clothes or shoes. Marion didn't have any, but it would be possible to take the jewelry, laptop, and maybe the TV from the bedroom to a pawn shop for appraisal. All the jewelry, TVs, laptop, and even Marion's new winter boots that Matthew had given her last New Year's Eve had already been sold. They were very nice, but uncomfortable, and she'd hardly ever worn them. Then she remembered and decided to check how much they were worth. Turned out to be a fortune. Marion dropped the price by a quarter, and within a couple of hours some happy woman took them. I spent 6 months looking for them in all the shops, she told Marion. Now all my girlfriends will be jealous of me. When she had gone, Marion breathed a sigh of relief. They could last another fortnight. What then? She had already cut every expense she could. There was nothing left to sell. Would she really have to settle for full-time work? What about the kids? Leave them alone from morning till night. Of course, Stephen's 14, Alex is 10, and Molly's 7. They're not toddlers. And the eldest has been telling his mother for a long time that he can handle the younger ones if she has to feed them, pick them up from school, make them do their homework. But does she have the right to put the responsibilities of adulthood on her boy's shoulders so early? The sound of the phone suddenly ringing almost made Marion jump. She wasn't expecting a call, and the number was unfamiliar. Normally she tried not to take such calls, but suddenly she thought that she was about to be told something good, because she was tired of bad news. I'm listening, she said cautiously into the receiver, dreading the thought that she was about to be offered some kind of credit or told a story about a suspicious transaction on her card. But the pleasant female voice on the other end said something else. Marion, my name is Amanda. I got your number from the unemployment office. Are you still considering a job offer? Yes, Marion shouted hastily and then, ashamed of her impulsiveness, added more calmly, I'm still considering it. Good. Amanda seemed genuinely pleased. It says here that you've been a nurse for many years. You also have experience with critically ill patients. That's right, Marion replied. I would like to ask you if you would consider a job as a carer. Marion thought for a moment. She had never worked as a carer, but it was hardly more difficult than a nurse's job. If she'd ever handled an entire ward, she could certainly handle one seriously ill person. I can think about your offer, she said cautiously, but I'd have to know all the conditions. I'll be sure to tell you everything Amanda promised. Would it be convenient for you to come to my office at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning? Yes, of course. Great. Then I'll text you the address. I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye, Marion replied and pressed the end button. Her heart was pounding frantically for some reason. No, of course it was too early to rejoice, but at least one sentence had come to life again, and hope had been rekindled in her. After taking the children to school, Marion drove to her appointment. On the way, she once again ran through her mind the answers to all the questions she thought she might be asked. She also wrote out in notes on her phone what she wanted to find out for herself. Amanda's office was located right in the center of the city. A huge, modern business center. When Marion stepped into the new, shiny, almost silent lift, she thought that Amanda must be working for some very wealthy people. Good afternoon, she was greeted in the reception area by a pretty young girl. Amanda's secretary, I think. My name is Vivienne. I have an interview here at 10 o'clock, Marion informed her. For the position of a carer, she said sympathetically or surprisingly, but she pulled herself together and smiled politely. Please have a seat. I will clarify everything now. Marion sat down, and the secretary rang the telephone and asked something quietly and quickly into the receiver. The answer was apparently in the affirmative. Then Vivienne stood up, smiled once more at Marion and said, Amanda is expecting you. Come in. Marion was escorted to the door like royalty. For a second she was even frightened. A place like this wouldn't treat a mere nurse like that. Maybe she was confused. Hello, Marion said timidly as she entered the office. Amanda appeared to be a pretty woman about her age. Black hair, gathered in a neat low ponytail, business suit, expensive glasses. "Good afternoon, Marion," she said. "Please have a seat." She pointed with her hand to a cushioned armchair directly across from her. Marion sat down. Amanda smiled and clicked on the clipboard lying on the desk in front of her. "According to our information, you have extensive experience as a nurse, including you indicated that you've cared for critically ill patients?" Marion nodded. "And you are also considering a position as a carer. Is that correct?" "That's correct," Marion confirmed. "Good. I'm representing a client who needs a carer. Mr. Jacob has been paralyzed from the waist down for a number of years, and he has several other cardiovascular, respiratory, and digestive problems." Marion nodded again, showing she was listening intently. "From a physical point of view, your job would not be considered hard," Amanda continued. "The whole house is equipped for Mr. Jacob's needs. Motorized wheelchairs, lifts, handrails, and so on. There'll be no complicated medical procedures, either shots, pills, IVs, etc. Nothing a nurse couldn't master, I realized." "Right," Marion said. Amanda paused, as if considering how best to present the next piece of information. Then she pressed her lip, as if she'd changed her mind about what she was going to say, and asked, "I believe you have children?" "Yes," Marion nodded. "3. Amanda nodded thoughtfully. "They're all in school, aren't they?" "Yes." "So they'll be on holiday soon?" "Yes, in a couple of weeks." "Are you considering accommodation?" Amanda asked. "Our client's house is out of town, and it would be inconvenient for you to go there every day." Marion shook her head. "I don't have anyone to leave my children with," she said, frustrated and thinking she was going to be told goodbye. But suddenly Amanda spoke up. "You don't have to leave them. You will live with them together in the grounds of the manor in the annex. To be exact, it's a detached building, very spacious, very cozy. I assure you, you'll like it." Marion looked at her incredulously. "Are you saying that the 4 of us will just be allowed to live in a tenant's house?" Amanda nodded and smiled happily. "What's more, you won't even have to cook. The meals are free, as is the accommodation. You will be fed with the rest of the staff of the manor." "Sounds tempting," Marion said cautiously. "I'm beginning to suspect there's a catch." "Exactly," Amanda confirmed cheerfully. "I suppose you'd like to know the hours and wages?" "I would," said Marion cautiously. Amanda nodded. Her neatly manicured fingers ran across the screen of the tablet. She turned it toward Marion. Marion's eyes widened. "This is for the week," Amanda explained. "A week?" Marion was even more surprised. "That much money?" Amanda sighed a little too humanly, which was very unlike her image of an impeccable business assistant. "I realize you're expecting a catch." "And there is," she said. Marion pressed her lips together, nodded slowly, and looked questioningly at Amanda. She rubbed the bridge of her nose tiredly. "The thing is, Mr. Jacob is a very particular man, and he has a difficult temper. Not everyone can get along with him." Marion breathed out a sigh of relief. "That's it? I've seen all sorts of people in my years at the hospital, and we've never been paid so much for being unhealthy." "That's not quite all," Amanda shook her head. "I can't promise you'll have a steady schedule. Roughly speaking, if Mr. Jacob thought of calling you in at 2 a.m., that would mean you'd have to get up and show up." "But everything you've said so far is true, isn't it?" Marion asked. "Yes, the salary that I wrote you is paid once a week, because the staff doesn't usually stay there for a long time," Amanda answered. "You and the children will live in a separate building and eat at the employer's expense. If you or the children need to go into town, we will provide you with a car and driver. And in return, I have to look after an elderly, capricious millionaire and be ready to appear at his beck and call at any moment." You could say that Amanda nodded. "I am ready," said Marion. "When can we start?" It took them a while to complete the paperwork. Then Marion waited until the children were on holiday. Finally, they packed all the necessary things and drove to the manor to the mysterious Jacob. "Are you sure he's not some kind of freak?" Alex asked her. "We're all going to his place. We don't know where to go." Marion blushed. They were traveling in a car with a driver sent directly by her employer. She looked in the mirror and saw that the driver, who introduced himself as Marcus, was smiling. "Alex, we're not going somewhere. We're going to an upmarket village," Marion said indignantly. "Jacob is normal, please, nothing extra. If you have to meet Jacob, you realize how important this job is to me." "Jacob will probably only get to know you," Marcus said. "He doesn't like new people very much, and he wanted me to bring you straight to the outhouse." "I see," replied Marion. A short time later, they entered the village. "Wow," Alex commented. "If there are crazy people living here, they are very rich." Stephen laughed, and Molly nearly broke the glass she had pressed her forehead against to get a good look. "Yes," thought Marion, "there are some very rich people living here." They drove past huge mansions surrounded by large fences. "That's nothing," Marcus said cheerfully. "You haven't seen Jacob's main house yet." "The next one will be more interesting," Marcus said. After they had driven through the village, there was a large area surrounded by a beautiful, elegant, but very high fence. The driver pressed some button on a small black remote control that appeared in his hand, and the gate opened. "We are now entering the grounds of the manor," Marcus commented. They drove for a long time along the road, which was surrounded on both sides by rows of neatly trimmed trees. Then a huge modern house, made of glass and metal, appeared in front of them. But the car did not go towards the mansion, but turned left. A few minutes later, they stopped in front of a small, neat wooden house. Marion and the children got out of the car. "It's beautiful," said Marion. "This outhouse must be very old." Marcus, who had also got out of the car and was already taking their suitcases out of the boot, replied. "Yes, it was built more than half a century ago. But don't worry. The outbuilding was restored only recently, about 2 years ago. There's water, electricity, everything." "It looks like something out of a 19th century novel," said Stephen. "That's right," the driver replied, coming up to the porch with his suitcases in his hands. "I don't know exactly, but I think that was the idea." When they went inside, Marion noticed that, despite the seeming compactness of the outbuilding, it was very spacious inside. There was a small entrance hall, which almost immediately led into a living room, apparently connected to the kitchen dining room. A spacious en-suite bathroom, and, most importantly, 4 bedrooms. "Wow," Alex shrieked. "Am I going to have a separate bedroom?" Marion smiled. "Apparently, yes. In the old flat, the brothers had shared a room, and only Molly had her own bedroom." Stephen looked at his mother and smiled. "He's all grown up now, isn't he?" Suddenly, Marion thought that he needed his own room for a long time. Meanwhile, Marcus had already brought in all their things and said, "Make yourselves comfortable, have a rest. I think in about an hour they'll be here to take you to lunch. You'll get to know everyone there." "Thank you, Marcus," Marion said sincerely. He smiled. "It was nice to meet you all. I hope you enjoy your time here and stick around." In the hour they had, everyone had time to put their things away and settle into their new place of residence a little. Alex and Molly even ran around the outhouse. There they found a gazebo, a swing, and some well-tended flower beds. "Mummy, I love it here," Molly exclaimed, running up to Marion and hugging her legs. Marion smiled and stroked her daughter's hair. "I'm very glad," she said. "I hope you won't be bored here." "Not while you're working," the younger one said confidently. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. "Yes, come in," Marion answered. A tall, blonde-haired man with brown eyes walked into the cabin. He was dressed simply in a white t-shirt and black jeans, but he held himself so freely and confidently that Marion immediately realized that this man plays not the least role here. "Good afternoon, everyone." The first thing the stranger said was, "Hello. My name is Robert. I'm Jacob's assistant and the manager of this house." "Nice to meet you," she said. "My name is Marion." And these are my children, Steve and Alex and Molly. Hello, they said in unison. Robert smiled. It's a pleasure. I'm sure you will revitalize our sleepy kingdom. Now I invite you all to lunch. He led them down an inconspicuous path that led to the side entrance of the mansion. Through this door, they passed into a large and cozy kitchen. Here are our newcomers. A woman's voice greeted them cheerfully. Marion saw a short, slightly overweight woman in her 50s. I'm Camila, she said. I am in charge of the food in this house. Come to the table. Marion introduced herself and the children, and they were seated at the table. There were about 10 other people besides them. They were all employees of the manor. They introduced themselves to Marion, but she was so nervous that she couldn't really remember anyone, just smiled and nodded. At Marion's right hand sat Robert. Don't worry, he whispered in her ear. You'll remember everyone in a couple of days. How do you know what I was thinking? Marion asked. It's not difficult, replied Robert. When I came to work here and everyone was introduced to me, I thought the same thing. Marion grinned. Her first fear had receded. Everyone seemed to be very nice and friendly here. Also, the kids were very well behaved after they ate lunch. Robert took Marion to meet the supervisor, and Marcus volunteered to give the children a tour of the estate. When Robert and Marion stopped in front of the office door, her employer's assistant began to speak softly, looked her in the eye, and said, Marion, remember the most important thing: any comments Jacob will let slip about you have nothing to do with you personally. He is just an old, sick man with a hard fate and a very bad temper. In fact, that's why we're willing to give you such a great salary and facilities. Thank you for telling me, Robert. But don't worry, I'm tougher than I look. I'm sure you are. Then he knocked and opened the door. At last came a creaky, aged voice. I thought I was going to die in here before any of you bothered to come in. I wonder why I pay you, all you bums, so much money. In a chair by the window sat an old, hunched old man. Marion thought that this was the kind of man they drew in books when they described an orphan protagonist who lived with an evil old relative. It was obvious that Jacob used to be a tall, sturdy man. Though the years had dried him up and pulled his head to the ground, his shoulders were still broad and even a little proud. Short gray hair, wrinkled neck, stubble, long straight nose, tightly closed lips, and angry, prickly eyes. They must once have been blue or green, but now they had faded so much that it was impossible to tell, and with those eyes he studied Marion coldly. It was as if Marion was being scanned, checking what was inside her. Is it this one? Jacob asked Robert, ignoring her completely, as if Marion herself were incapable of answering him. That's Marion, the assistant answered. She will be your new nurse. Hello, said Marion, deciding that she would not stand here waiting to be addressed. Jacob frowned as if he'd eaten something sour. Yes, he said, it gets worse every time. Come on, Robert, let's go see what we can do with her. The assistant smiled encouragingly at Marion and went out. Without Robert, Marion immediately felt somehow defenseless, but she was determined that she would not let her charge spoil her mood. She needed this job. She liked the bright, spacious outhouse they were put in. She liked being able to spend quality time with the children. She liked the fact that she didn't have to go anywhere, and she certainly wasn't going to be leaving here in a week. So Marion pulled herself together, smiled, and said, Well, where do we start? How about a shave for starters? Otherwise you look very overgrown, not like a millionaire, but like a homeless man. Oh, why did I say that? She immediately thought in horror. I wanted to say something else about my skills, about what a highly skilled nurse I am. Now he's going to fire me for sure. Jacob raised his bushy gray eyebrows in surprise and suddenly laughed like a madman. Like a homeless man, you say? He said, when he could laugh. Well, take me to the bathroom, if that's the case. Where's your bathroom? She asked. The old man rolled his eyes. Yeah, that's professionalism in all its glory, he grumbled. Then he pressed a button on the arm of the chair, and it went somewhere along the line. All she had to do was follow him. Jacob led her into a large, airy room. It took Marian a few seconds to explore the place and marveled at how conveniently everything was arranged. She found a cape, shaving foam, and a clipper. "Do you even know how to do that?" Jacob asked her doubtfully. "I do," Marian said calmly. The last time she had used a clipper had been a long time ago, when she was still working at the hospital. One of her patients had asked her to shave his neck before an operation. He couldn't do it himself, his hands were too shaky. "That's all right," thought Marian, "I can do it now." When she had finished, she looked with satisfaction at the result of her work. "There," she said, turning her ward to the mirror. A different look. Jacob saw himself and gasped. "What have you done, you fool?" he shouted. "Couldn't you at least leave a few millimeters? Why cut everything to 0? You can see all my wrinkles and folds. I look like I'm about to die." Marian looked in the mirror, but decided not to show fear. "It's hygienic," she said sternly. "And it suits you better, believe me, as a woman." The old man chuckled. "Any man has ever been a woman." Marian's face seemed to flush. Yes, she had come here in a simple dress, with her hair unsightly in a ponytail, but to take her for an old maid was too much. "Don't worry," she said dryly. "I have 3 children." Jacob whistled. "And from different men, too." "One," Marian said wryly. "But he's an interesting guy, having 3 kids and a woman to work with." Marian pressed her lips together. "We broke up." "Why are you panting like that? Did you run away?" "That's none of your business," she said more sharply than she intended. "What's next on the plan?" "Snake, get the clipboard from the table," the old man grumbled. Marian should have left a detailed schedule there. The tablet was found in the indicated place. Marian ran her eyes over it. Yes, there's a lot to do. It seems that Jacob is indeed seriously ill, at least judging by the number of pills and shots he gets every day. "Have you had lunch yet?" she clarified. "No, I was waiting for you." "Of course I've had lunch, I see." Marian decided not to react to the abruptness. "Then you have rest and IVs now," she said. "You're a genius." Jacob pulled the tablet down so his fingers shared the screen but said nothing. "Are we going to drip lying down or standing up?" How many more stupid questions are there going to be today, Marian thought. Marian, hardly gritting her teeth, answered, "There will be questions until I fully understand your regimen and appointments. For your information, some patients prefer to sit during the procedure. I'm thrilled for them. We're laying on you," she continued, ignoring the sarcastic tone, "which means there should be a couch." Marian began to look round. The old man sighed and nodded his head. "There's a door over there that leads to the treatment room." The IV went relatively quietly, too. Marian was afraid she wouldn't get into a vein the first time. After all, it had been years since she'd injected. But today she was lucky. Jacob even closed his eyes and dozed off. He woke up when she was pulling the needle out of his vein. "We're going for a walk now," Marian said. "Really?" said the old man. "I thought it was a tambourine dance." Marian wondered how she had so much patience. She was used to strangers being so rude and disrespectful to her, for just doing her job. Jacob hired her for this job, if you think about it. It's understandable that she wouldn't know anything on the first day. Can't she have a little self-restraint? Marian thought as she walked through the garden beside his chair. Why should he? He's a millionaire. He's not used to restraining himself. He must have had more than one carer before her. And if she fails or decides to leave, his team will find another one the same day. In the meantime, he can just take his anger out on people like they're his punching bags. During the walk, however, Jacob was a little quieter. It was as if he was immersed in his own memories, not paying attention to Marian, who was walking beside him. He just rolled along the paths, automatically switching buttons to turn in the right direction. He doesn't really need me right now, Marian thought. He can ride on his own. The paths are perfect everywhere. But according to the terms of the contract, I must accompany him at all times and never leave him alone. "I wonder if you like that kind of work, Merlin?" Jacob asked suddenly. "I'm Marian," she corrected. I don't care. It's just a job, a normal job. He chuckled. You don't say. I have a lot of my own companies, employing thousands of people. If I wanted to, I could buy up all the houses in this village. That's a proper job. You can leave me at the bar, the old man continued through gritted teeth. If you stay, you'll do a lot of other, less pleasant things. Isn't that what you dreamed of at school? Marion felt herself getting really angry. I don't know why you started this conversation, she said honestly. Jacob grinned. Aren't you ashamed of yourself in front of the kids? You're a grown woman working as a nurse. You don't even have to be smart about it. Just do as you're told. A monkey could do it. Or is that all you're not clever enough to do? If the monkey could do it, why do you change carers so often? Marion asked. Maybe it's because you don't treat them like people, but like animals. I think I'd agree that chimpanzees or gorillas would be a better fit. At least they wouldn't understand how you treat them. The old man laughed. I'm a millionaire. Manners don't suit you, princess. You can leave even today. I'll even ask Robert to pay you a week's salary in advance. For a second, Marion wanted to take the money, grab the children, leave and never see this arrogant, nasty old man who treats her like some baron with servants. No, she said to herself, that's what he wants, and I'll never get another job like that. Marion remembered how many CVS she'd sent, how many times she'd been rejected, how many evenings she'd sat thinking about what else she could sell to pay the mortgage and food. I'm fine with it, she said cheerfully to Jacob, and even found the strength to smile. We've got dinner and evening treatments coming up, so I think you should turn your vehicle in the opposite direction. Marion had been working for Jacob for a fortnight now, and every day she felt like she couldn't hate the man more. And every new day he proved her otherwise. The old man always found something to pick on about Marion: her appearance, her voice, her gait, words spoken with the wrong accent. Once she got overexcited and didn't get into his vein the first time. He remembered it for 3 days. Marion was shaking with unfair resentment, anger, and most of all, powerlessness. She realized that Jacob was aware of her predicament and was taking advantage of it. He was used to power, used to being first in everything, to being obeyed, to being feared. And now he is just a pathetic, sick grandfather who is left all alone. Having plucked up courage, Marion once asked Robert if their boss had a wife and children. As far as I know, he replied, no children, but he had 4 wives. 4? Marion gasped. Yep, the first one he married when he was very young. I think she was from a rich family. Did he work for her father then, or did they have a business together? I don't know exactly. It was kind of a marriage of convenience. Jacob worked hard. His father-in-law noticed him and helped him start his own business. When the boss got big enough, he didn't need his wife, so he filed for divorce. Then there was some model about 10 or 15 years younger than him, Robert continued. They lived with her for a while, 3 or 4 years. Then he caught her cheating on him and divorced her too. And the third, as far as I know, left him. She was also some young and beautiful girl who got bored with him. Gee, sighed Marion. And the fourth was already some old friend of his. They were the same age and had been friends for a long time. They'd married when they were both in their 50s. Both he and she had a few divorces under their belts. She was the one they seemed to have a good life with. But she died about 5 years ago of cancer. Oh, that sounds sad, said Marion. People who've been here longer than me say that's when he got the way he is now. He was supposedly quite tolerable before. No angel, of course, but he could live. Now he's getting worse every day. Marion sighed. That's a very sad way of putting it. Doesn't he have any relatives? Robert shrugged. There seems to be a sister who has children and grandchildren of her own, but they live abroad and rarely come here. He's a very lonely man, said Marion. It's sad to be so ill, living alone in a huge house. Aha, replied the steward. So he takes out his poison on those around him. Every evening, Marion looked forward to the end of the working day. Then she could finally live for herself, spend time with her children. They had settled in quite well, by the way. All the staff were very friendly to Stephen, Alex, and especially little Molly. Camila took care of them, feeding them goodies. Marcus, with Marion's permission, took the children for rides with him if he went somewhere not far away on the chief's errands. The boys had mastered the grounds of the manor with its huge garden and many beautiful quiet corners. The only thing they tried to do was to keep out of sight of the master of the house. It wasn't that hard, though. Jacob only went for walks when Marion was with him. It was usually in the morning, and only sometimes in the afternoon or late afternoon. A fortnight later, Marion was reminded for the first time that she had an irregular working day. She and the children had long since gone to bed when Marion's phone suddenly rang. Robert's number came up. "Yes, I'm listening," Marion mumbled sleepily. "Marion, get in the house right away. Jacob's having a seizure." Marion jumped up on the bed. She was wide awake. She had been warned that the ward could have such attacks. In such a case, Marion should immediately run into the house and administer first aid. She didn't even bother to get dressed, just threw on a dressing gown over her nightgown and rushed into the house. The lights were already on everywhere, and frightened night maids and guards were running around. Marion made her way to the bedroom without wasting time. Jacob was half lying on the bed, breathing so heavily that she could hear him whistling and wheezing from a distance. Beside him stood Robert, who had put the supervisor in, opened the windows, now pulling out anything Marion might need. She nodded gratefully to the manager and set to work. She put the oxygen mask on Jacob's blue face and started the oxygen supply. Then she quickly found the vials in the medicine cabinet, filled the syringes, and administered the injections. Fortunately, the attack was not severe, and the medicine began to take effect quickly. Marion watched carefully as the old man's pulse evened out, his breathing recovered, and his complexion returned to normal. "There," she said. "It's all right, Jacob." The old man nodded and gave a hoarse squeeze. "For someone who's just been hoofing it, that'll do." "You should have some hot tea with mint or linden now," Marion said. "I'll have them make it for you." "Yes," said the chief. "And I have one more favor to ask of you. Will you do it?" Marion nodded. "Yes, of course. What is it?" "Next time move faster, or you'll be dead before you get there." Marion felt all her pity, which she had just felt, watching the old man suffering a seizure, as if blown away by the wind. "I'll do my best," she replied discreetly. "I'll go and tell him about the tea." A minute after Marion had asked for tea to be made, Robert came into the kitchen. "How are you?" he asked. "All right." "That's just the way he is. He'll play the villain to the last, even when he's dying." Marion asked. "I think that's what he is." The steward sighed and ran his hand through his hair. "You know," he said in a confidential tone, "I sometimes think that the chief isn't really like that. It's just that at some point he's decided that this is the only way to communicate with the world, and he's afraid to act human." Marion shrugged her shoulders. "A noble theory, Robert, but I'm sorry, I'm sure he's being sincere." Robert smiled. "How about some coffee?" he suggested. "No, I'd rather go to bed." "Good night." "Good night, Marion." The next day, when Marion and the children came for breakfast, Robert made an unexpected announcement. "Marion, you have the day off today." "Why is that?" she wondered. The manager shrugged his shoulders. "The chief said so. His sister and her children are visiting him. Apparently they'll look after him." Marion frowned. "And the injections? IVs?" Robert waved his hand. "Don't worry, we call a nurse from the private clinic for such cases." "Why doesn't she come every day? Why should I?" Marion didn't understand. "The boss doesn't like new people." Camila suddenly intervened in their conversation with a smile. "He was just putting the children on the second portion of pancakes, so he demands that there should be one constant. Someone who knows all his habits." "I see," Marion replied. "That's why he drives people crazy and makes them quit," she added mentally. "And it's more pleasant to abuse a permanent slave than nurses from a private clinic who will be different every time." But she didn't want to say it out loud in front of the kids. Let them think she had a good job. We've almost all got the day off, Marcus added. If you don't mind, Marion and you guys too. I can take the kids to the zoo and then we can go out for lunch on the way, Marcus said. Yes, Uncle Marcus, Molly shouted happily. Of the three, she was most attached to the young, cheerful driver, who always paid attention to the children. No, my good ones, Robert said firmly. Marcus has the day off and I can't force you on him. The driver waved his hand. Don't worry, Robert, he said. I'm going there with my nephew anyway. He's 10, and I'll take yours with me. 2, it won't be a problem. Marion looked at the children doubtfully. We'll behave, Alex said, looking at his mother pleadingly. The eldest shrugged his shoulders, saying that if necessary he would go. Marion never worried about his behavior. All right, she sighed. Then I'll go get the money. No need, Marcus replied. The chief always leaves money for such small expenses. The others present nodded. Don't even worry about it, Camila assured her. After breakfast, Marcus and the children went to the garage to start the car and drive to the zoo. Robert and Marion were the only ones left. Do you have plans for the day off? The assistant asked Marion. I don't know. I should probably go into town, see how the flat is. Robert perked up. Do you want to go for a ride together? I've got a couple of chief cases to take care of. It won't take long, and then we can see your flat. And we can have lunch on the way back if you don't mind. Yes, that's all right, said Marion. Robert was easy and comfortable with her. He could keep up a conversation without being intrusive. He talked interestingly about the things he was doing now, but did not spill too much. Marion suddenly realized how little she had ever had such simple human companionship in her life. After she quit her job, all she had left in her life was her husband and children. Sure, there were her friends from college and work, but they had their own lives, husbands, kids, jobs. And they didn't get to see each other very often. And after Matthew left, she'd lost herself. Constant thoughts of how to find a job, how to pay the rent, worrying about how her children would feel about their father leaving. There was no time for herself. How long have you been working for Jacob? She asked Robert. He thought for a few seconds. 5 years. That's a long time. Well, if you don't count me, I'm hardly the newest guy in the house. Wow, how you're all holding up. Is there a secret, or was the manager not like this before? The manager laughed. When I came, he was perhaps a little gentler, but he wasn't particularly kind. I won't hide it. He's not easy for me either. I can imagine, said Marion, sighing. Robert smiled. For the first 6 months I wanted to quit, probably 7 times a day, then a little less often. Now I don't think about it at all. Why not? Marion frowned. Salary, of course, it plays its part too. Not the last, but not the first. What else? Marion wondered. Robert is so clever, so confident. He must be a good professional and, unlike her, could find many more excellent jobs. Experience, Robert said. I not only run the house, but I help Jacob run his business remotely. Don't look so weak and decrepit. He's got a pretty good head. Marion wasn't sure, but she decided not to argue. And now I'm unlikely to find another job where I can watch how to manage such a huge amount of money, the assistant continued. Understand? I do, said Marion, except that your life keeps revolving around Jacob. Don't you feel sorry for yourself? Your wife and children hardly ever see you at home? Robert laughed. I guess I don't look very young, he replied. But I'm only 33. Marion was confused. I don't know what you mean, she admitted. And you look wonderful. Thank you. May. I'm flattered. It's not every day I get compliments from such beautiful young women, Robert said. I mean, I don't have a wife or children yet. A fiancé? Marion asked. No girlfriend. I see that looks suspicious, laughed Marion. A little, Robert admitted. I'm just a workaholic. I want to start a family when I'm sure I can provide for them. By the way, we're here. It'll be 15 minutes in the rain. Then we'll see your flat." "Of course," Marion replied. Robert took some folder with documents and went out. Marion was left alone in the car. She suddenly thought that perhaps, like Robert, she would be tied to this house and the mean old man for years to come. "Okay, it's summer now. What about in the autumn when the kids go to school?" she pondered. Marion suddenly realized that Amanda, who had hired her, hadn't talked to her about the matter, most likely because she hadn't counted on Marion holding out this long. And Marion has, and she's not going to quit. No, Jacob can't wait, she thought, biting her lip painfully, remembering last night. She'd been truly afraid for him then, and for the first time since then, sorry. As soon as he could breathe, he'd snapped at her. Robert came back and interrupted her sad thoughts. He looked pleased. "What? Let's go to your place?" he asked. "Let's go," Marion replied. Everything was fine in her flat, too. It was as unlikely as anything could happen, but Marion was still more used to being in control. "Lunch now," Robert said cheerfully. "I'll show you a lovely place. But I don't think they cook as well as our Camila does." "Oh yes," sighed Marion. "Nothing can compare to her food. But I'll try to surprise you." Robert took her to a large Georgian restaurant on the top floor of a large shopping center. There was pleasant national music playing. The air conditioners were running at full blast, which was especially nice after a hot summer day. They were escorted to a table with 2 soft sofas right by the window. From there they had a view of the river and the new high bridge. "Would you mind if I chose for you?" Robert asked. "Go ahead," Marion replied cheerfully. "I don't know anything here anyway." "Fine," Robert replied. When the waiter came, Robert pointed his finger at several items on the menu without showing Marion. So she didn't know what to expect. She was surprised when the first thing she got was a glass of red wine. "It's only lunchtime," she reminded her companion. "So?" Robert asked. Marion sighed because she couldn't find any other arguments. "Aren't you going to have any?" she inquired. "I'm driving. Definitely not," Robert replied. The wine was both moderately sweet and tart. Marion savored the taste and suddenly thought she couldn't remember the last time she had sat like this and spent time quietly with a glass of wine. "Thank you," she said. "This is the most wonderful weekend I've ever had." Robert smiled. "Wait to thank you," he said. "The food hasn't arrived yet." Marion liked the food very much. The soft, hot dough of the khachapuri with the slightly difficult-to-stretch cheese, the salad with crisp mini aubergines and lots of greens, the flavorful meat, and the juicy sauces. "Oh," she said, leaning back on the soft back of the couch. "That was wonderful." "I'm very glad," Robert replied. He was leaning back and apparently unable to move either. "It seems that it will take us some time to recover," Robert remarked. Marion nodded lazily and took a sip of wine. "I fully support it," she said. "In the meantime, we can talk." Robert raised his eyebrows in surprise. "That sounds scary," he said. Marion laughed. "I'm not your wife to make it sound scary." "Not yet. Anyway, I'm listening." Marion laughed. For some reason, she felt very light and good. "Tell me about yourself," she asked, and then confessed, "You're a mystery to me." "That's quite a confession," Robert grinned. "Why is that?" I wondered. "I just don't know anything about you," said Marion. "Neither do you about me," Robert remarked. "Fair enough. But let's start with you," Marion suggested. Robert chuckled. "Well, let's. I'm not from around here," he began. "I was born in a small town far, far away from here. Yes, I went to an ordinary village school. Lived in an ordinary family, but always had great ambition." Marion smiled. So Robert continued, "I decided to come here. It wasn't easy, but I managed. The student years were fun. Then I got a job second, third, fourth. Then I got to Jacob. Do you know the rest of it?" "I have a feeling you've left a lot out of your story," Marion said thoughtfully. Who knows, maybe I'll tell you about it later, Robert said. Now we need to talk about you. Good. But I haven't got anything interesting either, admitted Marion. I'm a local, but only my mum raised me. I never met my father, and my mum never told me much about him. She was a music teacher. So as you know, we didn't live very well. Did you go to music school? Robert asked. Marion sighed. It was a terrible 7 years of my life, she said. I can only remember one tune now. Mum made me play it most often. Everything else has faded from my memory. I've played this one so many times that if you woke me up at 2 a.m., I could play it with my eyes closed. What's the tune? Bach, Chopin, Tchaikovsky? Robert asked. No, it's not classical for sure, replied Marion. Honestly, I don't even know. Mum never told me who the author was. We certainly didn't study it at school. I have a theory that she composed it herself, but I can't say it's true. Well, go on, said Robert, and then he interrupted himself. Do any of your children go to music school? No one. Marion cut him off. Robert laughed. Shall I order you some more wine? She shrugged, and Robert asked for another glass. Unlike you, I didn't do very well at school, she continued. The only thing I could count on after high school was college. And for some reason I suddenly decided I wanted to be a nurse. I thought it was a very beautiful, noble, and romantic profession, said Marion. It is, Robert agreed. Not a bit of it. Marion sighed. No, I don't regret it. Studying was interesting, and so was working. It was at work that I met Matthew, my husband. He was a patient of yours. Yeah, I'd just started working. I didn't really know how to do anything on my own. I remember my hands shaking when I was giving injections or dressings. I thought I could see it from a mile away. But Matthew didn't notice. Robert smiled. I'm sure he fell in love with you at first sight. He said he did. Marion nodded. In fact, I liked him too. Soon we started seeing each other, and 6 months later we were married. And then I found out I was pregnant. You've become a very young mum, Robert smiled. Yes, of course it was difficult at first. But then Mum was still alive and she helped me a lot, said Marion and sighed. Then Stephen grew up and went to kindergarten. I went to work, but not for long. When he turned 4, I got pregnant with Alex. And 3 years later, Molly was born. Wow. After Molly was born, we decided I was going to stay at home. That's why I didn't work for 7 years. Wow, Robert said. I must say you're doing a wonderful job, especially after such a break. Marion smiled. Thank you. That's nice to hear. Can I ask you a personal question? Ask away, she nodded to Robert. Marion took another sip of wine. Why did you separate from your husband? Robert asked. Why did I leave my husband? She asked him again. Yes, he left me. Maybe the wine played a part. Maybe it's been a while, but it's the first time I've ever made that confession so easily. He just left a note saying he was in love with another woman, she explained. He didn't even talk to you, Robert wondered. Marion shook her head. What about the children? He didn't even say goodbye to them either? How awful, Robert exclaimed. Marion smiled. I don't know what you mean. What horror. It's all right, she said. I'm fine now. Is that why you're holding on to this job? Robert guessed. Exactly, Marion nodded. They were silent for a few minutes. Each was digesting everything that had been said in the dialogue. Then Marion asked, What about your personal life? You're only 2 years younger than me. I can't believe you haven't had a serious relationship. Robert smiled kind of sadly. I have, and for quite a long time. I started dating an ambitious girl when I was still in college. I had that quality too. Only our goals were different. My ambitions were career-related, and hers were to find a successful man. Aren't you a successful man? Marion asked in surprise. Thank you for saying that. It's hard for me to judge that myself. Then I tell you that you are a successful man, interrupted Marion. Much obliged, Robert replied. Well, anyway, my beloved did not consider me a successful man, and she broke up with me because she said she was worthy of more. A very stupid woman, commented Marion. After that statement, I'm obliged to pour you more wine, Robert said, indicating to the waiter to repeat himself. Oh, sighed Marion, I haven't drunk so much in a long time. So Robert continued. She left me, and I decided that I would become the successful one, and she would come back to me. And how did it go? Marion asked. Great. In the process, I realized that I don't want to be with a woman for whom I'm not good enough, for whom I'm important not as a person but as a social status. Marion nodded. And I don't want to be with a man who gave birth to 3 children. And then he left, leaving only a note on the table, she confessed. Robert smiled sadly. I fully support such a wise decision. In the morning, Marion woke up with difficulty. Her head ached and her mouth was dry. The light of the sun shining through the curtains seemed unbearably bright. I overslept, she thought with horror. And I probably didn't even set my alarm clock last night. The clock, however, showed it was still early. Marion showered, brushed her teeth. After making sure the children were still asleep, she slipped quietly out of the outhouse and into the house. Camila was already bustling about in the kitchen. Oh, Marion. The woman greeted her cheerfully. Good morning. How are you up early this morning? Yes, said Marion hoarsely. It seems I had a very stormy day off yesterday. Camila smiled understandingly. Now everything will be. In an hour you will be awake and cheerful, like a 15-year-old schoolgirl. A minute later she put a huge cup of fragrant tea in front of Marion, smelling of berries and herbs. The best cure for a hangover, said Camila confidently. And eat this too. She set down a plate with a large sandwich with meat, lettuce, tomato and egg. This is the most delicious thing I've ever eaten in my life, Marion said blissfully as she ate her breakfast. You're magic. Thank you, Camila replied, embarrassed. By the beginning of the working day, Marion had recovered enough. Jacob had been unusually friendly today. Perhaps it was the meeting with his relatives, but he hardly commented on Marion's actions and did not make any derogatory comments. You're remarkably quiet today, said Marion, as they went out for their traditional afternoon walk after lunch. Don't let it get to you while it's quiet, Jacob said, but not in a mean-spirited way. All right, I won't, Marion said. Those are your children, aren't they? He pointed to Alex and Molly, who were chasing each other around the fountain. Stephen was sitting on a bench, reading a book with one eye and watching the younger ones with the other. Mine, replied Marion, horrified at the thought that she was about to be reprimanded. But her ward only nodded. They're good, and they seem to be friendly. Thank you, Marion replied cautiously. Are you raising them alone? Continued to show unexpected interest, Chief. I am now. That's why you put up with me, Jacob said, realizing it was a statement, not a question. I wanted to have many children when I was young, too, Jacob said suddenly. It didn't work out. You've been married 4 times, haven't you? Marion asked in surprise, and then a twinge. It was hardly appropriate to know such information. But strangely enough, the chief did not comment on it. Yes, he replied. Jacob stared ahead, as if he were mentally reviewing his whole life. Didn't your first wife want children? Marion asked. Yes, I didn't at the time, either, Jacob answered. She and I were young and spoiled. Both of us from rich families wanted to have fun and enjoy life. Or rather, my wife did. I was interested in building a business at the time. So why did you get married? My parents insisted. It was good for the business. Actually, I didn't mind. She was a pretty girl. I thought I'd get used to her. Well, after a few years, it became clear that we were completely different people. I got divorced and went to work. He stopped talking. Can I have some water, please? Jacob asked suddenly. Marion hurriedly held out the bottle. Please, she thought, wondering for the first time in weeks what was happening to him. Jacob sipped and continued. I don't have much to say about my second, third wives. I married them, I don't know, just for status. Young, beautiful. I thought it would be great, but every time I realized quickly that it wasn't what I wanted. And all they wanted from me was money. He fell silent again. Marion held out the water, but the old man shook his head negatively. Then there was another situation. This is what could have been true love. Your fourth wife? Marion asked. No, that was before her. I didn't marry that girl. It was a waste, as I thought many times afterwards, but I don't want to talk about it. It's too personal. And what he's telling me now isn't too personal, thought Marion, but yet for some reason he chose to share it with her. The fourth wife became more of a friend to me, Jacob said. I already knew about her diagnosis when I proposed marriage. Diagnosis? Marion asked. Yes, Samantha had cancer. In fact, she and I had known each other for years, too. Our parents had been friends since childhood. Over the years, we'd kept in touch from time to time, and then suddenly we met and talked and decided that we could spend a few years together. Were you with her all the way to the end? Marion asked. The man nodded. She was a wonderful woman and a true friend. After she died, I didn't need anyone else, Jacob said. I sympathize with you, she said sincerely. It was as if Jacob woke up. You and I have been talking, he said. Come on, let's go home. It's time for my evening pills. After this strange conversation, Marion felt sorry for her ward again. It couldn't be said that their communication improved much after that. Jacob could still speak harshly to her, but now she somehow took it easier. Summer was coming to an end, and Marion wondered what to do when the children went to school. How do you like it here? She asked them one day. I like it very much, ahead of the rest of them, Molly replied. Aunt Amanda cooks good food. Uncle Marcus takes us everywhere. There's a big garden, so we can play all day long. You have to go back to school soon, she reminded her daughter, who wrinkled her nose funny. I don't want to go to school, she said. Marion sighed and looked at her middle son. I like it here too, Alex said. But about school, I understand that, he smiled at Marion. You have to go to it. Thank God I understand you. The answer is accepted, Marion said. She shifted her gaze to her eldest son. I think you and I need to talk, Stephen said. Come on, Marion agreed. They went out into the garden. Stephen sighed. Summer's coming to an end, he said. We all have to go to school soon. We have to think about what to do about accommodation. Marion smiled. You've got a good eye for detail, as always. The son nodded. Dad called me the other day, he admitted. Marion's eyes widened. When a few days ago? Why didn't he call me? Afraid, I guess. But the official story is that he's very busy. I see, sighed Marion. What did he want? As I understand it, he wants to meet you, maybe to discuss the divorce, or, on the contrary, wants to make up. Marion laughed. Reconcile? Well, maybe. Marion hesitated, but then decided to ask her son the question. Do you want that to happen? Stephen shook his head negatively. I don't mind the younger ones seeing him if they want to. I'll see him too if I have to, but the rest is up to you. He's your father, she said, but I don't think I love him anymore, and I can't forgive him for what he did. You don't have to forgive him. As for our school, maybe we should talk to Robert now. Will he think of something? I'll try. You're the smartest, she hugged her son. Everything will be fine, he said. Tell your father I'm ready to talk to him. Let him call. Don't be afraid. I'll tell him, Stephen promised. A few days later, after Marion and Jacob had finished their morning routine, Robert came in. Ready, Jacob? The assistant asked. Where can I go? The chief replied calmly. Let's go. Are you coming too? Robert turned the last word to Marion. She was surprised. She is, of course, replied the ward calmly. I have a lot of documents to sign and some personal meetings. You could be needed at any time to change nappies or wipe armpits. I have to have some dignity. What if I have an attack at night? I don't want to suffocate in front of my business partners. As they drove to the business center where Jacob was supposed to do business, the manager explained. We don't know exactly how long this will take. You can sit in the restaurant. It's in the same building on the top floor. Just tell him to put it on Jacob's tab. Okay, Marion replied. If you need anything, Robert will call Jacob added. At the restaurant, Marion ordered tea and tiramisu. She suddenly thought it was a great opportunity to meet Matthew. He was kind of in town. Marion didn't get out here very often, and there were things she needed to discuss with her husband. She called her husband, and he was willing to come over. What a place you picked, he said as he sat down at the table. You look like you've lost a little weight. But you haven't changed, just like you've lost a little weight. You look amazing, he said. Thank you, said Marion. You too. He shrugged embarrassedly. I'm glad you called me. Marion sighed. We should have talked a long time ago, at least to decide when to file for divorce. Matthew frowned. That's exactly what I wanted to talk about. It's great that we're on the same page here. He moved over and placed his hand gently on her arm. Maybe we're being hasty, he said. Maybe we shouldn't get divorced. Should I not believe my ears? Marion interrogated. It was you who left me, wasn't it? You left a note and left without even saying goodbye to the kids. Didn't pick up the phone, didn't return messages. Just disappeared from our lives as if we were nothing to you and you hadn't lived with me for 15 years. Just came round one evening for tea. Matthew froze in embarrassment. I'm sorry, he said. I don't know what was wrong with me then. It was just some kind of madness. I was out of my mind. Marion sighed and released her hand to rub the bridge of her nose. Was that it? She asked. I won't ask how and how much you cheated on me and why you decided to break up. I've known about it for a long time, but why couldn't you talk to me properly? Why did you abandon the children? My husband lowered his eyes. I know, he said. It must have been a midlife crisis or something. It's just that at some point everything started to go crazy. Work, life, 3 kids. You're always with the kids and I'm in the background. I'm sick of the whole thing. And your new love? Young, fun, carefree, childless? She asked. Sort of, he replied. I lost my head then. I was afraid to tell you, even more so for the kids. What changed? She asked. Her husband moved closer. I've realized in these months how much I've missed you and the children, he said. And I want things to go back to the way they were. Marion shook her head slowly. Nothing has changed, she said. We'll get back together. In a couple of weeks you'll go off with another girl. No, I won't do that, Matthew assured her. Marion sighed. Jaroslav, she said. I've had a lot of time to think about it, and I've realized that I can't forgive you. And my love for you has disappeared in that time too. I'm sorry, but I think we need to agree and decide when we go to file for divorce. Her husband's face suddenly changed. Marion suddenly saw clearly how his contrived tenderness and remorse came off. Then we must talk about the division of property, he said in a harsh tone. Marion was surprised at this abrupt change of subject. In fact, it amused her. Let's talk, she agreed. Your car goes to you. My flat goes to me and the kids. Matthew shook his head. No, let's sell it and split the money in half. Half Marion smiled. I'm raising 3 kids on my own. Her husband was embarrassed, but he continued to stand his ground. I was paying her mortgage. And you didn't work? Sitting on my back? Yes, because I was taking care of the house and the 3 kids. And now I'm paying the mortgage. You left me out of the blue and didn't even help the kids. You can't imagine what I've been through these past few months. Well, then we'll get back together. The husband returned to the old topic, and we won't have to share the flat. Marion sighed. No, Matthew, I've already said everything. So you have her husband's voice suddenly lowered like a snake's hiss. And who will need you alone with 3 children? Do you think any man but me will look at you? You stupid pet chicken. All you know how to do is cook soup. Marian felt tears coming from her eyes. It hurt her to hear such words from the father of her children, from the man she had loved for so many years. Let's not play innocent, her husband continued. You yourself will come to me on your knees. She will not, said a familiar male voice behind her. She did not have time to see what happened next. Only Matthew suddenly flew across the restaurant and collapsed to the floor. Robert shook the hand that had just collided with her husband's jaw. That was harsh, but I guess it was understandable, Jacob commented. Marian looked up and saw the supervisor. He looked as pleased as a cat for some reason. And you're here? She asked in amazement. Everyone heard, he said rather dryly. Matthew rose slowly from the floor. He pressed his palm to his bloody lips. We'll talk to you again, he threw to Marian. Wow, Jacob said admiringly. I should get out of the office more often. This place is fun. Shall we go home? Robert asked Marian. We will, she answered quietly, wiping away her tears. She was sent to Camila's kitchen to drink tea and calm down. We have something to discuss with the boss, Robert said. You get some rest. I'll call you. But Marian had no appetite. She was replaying in her head what had happened in the restaurant. What's going to happen now? Will she be fired? Probably get fired. Jacob hardly needs a problem employee getting his assistant into fights in the middle of the business center. And what about the flat? Do we have to split it in half? Where will she and the kids live then? What if she has to find a new job, even if she doesn't get fired today? The school issue hasn't been canceled. With so many problems, Marian's head was spinning. Marian, let's go, she raised her head. Robert's face didn't make it clear what judgment she had been given, so she stood up and obediently walked with him into the chief's office. What a show you put on today, Marian, Jacob said cheerfully. I'm sorry, said Marian. I didn't know that was going to happen. Well, it was kind of funny, the chief said. We have other things on the agenda. Marian squirmed. Now he was going to tell her everything. Do you want to continue working here? Jacob asked. Are you firing me? Marian asked. Do you want to? No, she answered quickly. Then I'm not. Good, he nodded. Soon your children will have to go to school. Yes, Marian confirmed cautiously. Jacob nodded. We'll get them a car and a driver, Robert said, to take them to school and bring them back. Marian opened her mouth. But why? She asked. Because I don't want to look for a new employee, the chief replied calmly. Thank you, Marian muttered. And we also need to solve the housing issue, Robert added. What about it? She wondered. Living in the outhouse in the winter is an option, Jacob said. It's warm and everything, but it's not very comfortable to run out in the cold for breakfast. So let's look at your new rooms. New rooms? Marian shook her head incredulously. There is an almost empty wing in the house, Robert explained. That's where we intend to put you. They left the study and went in the direction of rooms where Marian had never been before. What wing is this? She asked curiously. Jacob sighed. It's a part of my past, he said. I wanted to forget it, not remember it. But now I realize it's time to let go of the past and look to the future. They went into the largest room. This is the common room, said the chief. From here there are 4 bedrooms. There's enough for you. Marian walked around in surprise, looking round the rooms. Each room looked like a separate work of art. Beautiful, tastefully chosen furniture, paintings on the walls, everything is thought out to the smallest detail. Except it looked like it hadn't been used in years. I wonder why, Marian thought. Suddenly she saw under the white cloth the outline of an object from her childhood. A grand piano. Marian exclaimed in amazement. May I? She turned to Jacob. He shrugged his shoulders. Marian carefully removed the white cloth that covered the instrument and ran her fingers over the keys. The instrument was a little distressed, but it was quite playable. Marian sat down. And she began to play the only tune she could remember, the one her mother had played, and many, many times since she was a little girl. The first few notes were difficult, but then her hands remembered it, and her fingers flew over the keys with ease. She sat with her back to Jacob and didn't see the change in the old man's face. First he stretched it out in astonishment. Then he turned his head, as if he wanted to make sure his hearing wasn't deceiving him. Then a tear rolled out of his right eye, then another from his left. Robert walked quietly over to the piano and stood facing Marian. He looked at her, and then suddenly he looked at the chief and couldn't hold back his astonished cry. "Jacob, what's the matter with you?" Marian immediately stopped, turned round in amazement. The old man was sobbing unashamedly and wiping his face with his shirt sleeve. "How do you know that tune?" he asked. "It was composed just for me." When Jacob was calmed down by the joint efforts of Marian and Robert, the chief asked for tea to be served to everyone. They returned to his office, and there the chief began his story. "When I met Vivian," he began, "I was still married to my third wife. She and I hardly ever saw each other even then. We only met to discuss how we were going to divide the property." He sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose. "Anyway, I was getting really tired of it. Work, divorce. One day I just walked out of a business meeting, let the driver go, and just went to the park, sat on a bench, and realized how nice it was. Just sunshine, birds singing, trees turning green. And then I saw her, Vivian." Marian froze. Her heart was beating very fast. She couldn't believe what was happening. "So beautiful." "I've never seen such a beautiful woman," Jacob said dreamily. And then she looked at me and smiled. And I knew I was lost. Marian saw Robert looking at her and smiling. When he noticed her gaze, he seemed confused and started to look at his boss, who seemed to be oblivious to his surroundings. He was completely immersed in the memory of events that had taken place over 35 years ago. "My feet led me to it," Jacob continued. "And for the first time in my life I was scared. I was so afraid she'd refuse to meet me. I'd been with a lot of women, but none of them had ever struck such awe in me. At first sight, to my delight, she said yes." He smiled blissfully. "I've probably never been so happy. My wife and I were no longer living together. And so I brought Vivienne into this house and made this wing just for her. It's the sunniest side of the house. And the piano. She played for you?" "Yes," Marian interrupted him hoarsely. "Vivian taught music, and that tune you played she composed especially for me." "Why did you break up?" Marian asked. Another tear rolled down Jacob's face. "A fool, because he said calmly. I wanted to marry Vivian, and she refused me." "Why?" Marian asked. He sighed. "Said we were from different worlds, that she didn't want to turn into just a rich businessman's wife and stay at home." "That's how it is," muttered Marian. "Yes, I persuaded her. I told her she could do whatever she wanted and be herself. She refused and ended our relationship first." "Then why do you say it was your fault?" Marian asked. Jacob sighed. "Because I didn't insist. Because I gave in easily, because I didn't find out then that she was pregnant." Marian looked up at him. Jacob was looking straight at her. "Yes," he said calmly. "I'm sure you're my daughter." Marian stretched her legs blissfully and lifted her head, letting the sun shine on her face. She liked it here. The sea had always done her good, especially now that they got out there as a family every year. "Mum, did you see it?" Molly came running up to her. "I swam the fastest." "No, you didn't," shouted the middle son. It was obvious that he was tired and shutting down, but he was showing that he was inferior to his younger sister, who had been going swimming for 3 years and was performing well. He didn't mean to. "I just gave in to you," Alex stated. "Yeah, sure," the girl blurted out. She was already well aware of her own abilities and knew that her brother was swimming at full strength. Alex ran off resentfully towards the cabin. And you had to tease him, Marion gently reprimanded him. He wanted to compete. What am I supposed to do now? Go take a shower, we'll go to dinner soon. When her daughter ran away, she stretched, reluctantly got up from the sunbed and walked towards the cabin. She saw Stephen lying in the hammock, talking on the phone as usual. Talking to his girlfriend again, thought Marion. What's her name? It's either Jennifer or Ashley. He's all grown up now. In half an hour, she said to her son, and he nodded, showing that he had heard his mother's words. It was cool in the spacious cabin. Jacob and Robert were sitting in the living room playing chess, as usual. We're going home in 3 days, and you haven't even burned, Marion sighed. She gently ruffled her husband's hair and kissed her father on the cheek. Don't worry, Marion, he replied. We'll make it. How is the sea? The water is warm, replied Marion. How's the game? A draw, replied father with a sigh. After all, Robert adopts from me not only the nuances of managing the company, but also the ability to play chess. Robert smiled. I learned from the best, Jacob, he said to his father-in-law. Checkmate to you, by the way. Oh, you, Jacob cursed. Grandfather Molly appeared out of nowhere. What does that mean? She asked. Jacob coughed embarrassedly. It means, young lady, he said with feigned sternness, that you're not legally allowed to say that for another 8 years. We have worse swearing at school, Molly said, laughing and running off to the shower. Change schools, Jacob said firmly. I won't have my only granddaughter using that kind of language. Marion walked over to her father and kissed him on the top of his head. Then you'll have to change Grandpa, she said, because he's the one Molly hears it most often. That's a fair point, sighed her father. That's a fair point, Dad sighed. I'll try not to swear so much. Marion smiled and looked out to sea. Through the transparent panoramic wall of their cottage, she could see the huge red sun slipping into the sunset. It's nice, she said, turning to Robert, who came over and hugged her from behind. I always feel good with you, replied her husband. Me too, said Marion. And I'm perfectly happy.
Fiona pulled out of her pocket a small photograph of her son, carefully sealed in cellophane. In the digital age, it's impossible to disappear so that there's nothing left of you. Vincent has been preserved in hundreds, if not thousands, of snapshots, videos, group photos. He's at a wedding, a birthday party, picking up his daughter from the hospital, and everywhere, cheerful, smile to the ears, and nothing really upsets him. But the closest thing Fiona has to a picture of him is a small photograph of him from his studies. Vince isn't just a sailor, he's a graduate, she used to say on such occasions, and pride filled her soul. Then her son and the other applicants were told to bring exactly 3 pictures, 3 by 4 centimeters. Why that number? Why 3? She didn't remember. The atelier took 4 photos, which was the standard. His son had given 3 to the dean's office, and Vince had left one for his mother to keep in case she needed it. And she'd liked that little thing better than all the presents he'd given her, and the son was grateful. He bought her a meat grinder, a coffee grinder, a rheumatism pillow, and a zirconium bracelet. He gave her money, not a son, but gold. Fiona told her friends, "Oh, Mom, are we going to sue or what?" Tina, the daughter-in-law, asked impatiently, where did he find such a chick? When Vince had first brought his future wife home, Fiona hadn't liked her. She wrinkled her nose like she didn't like the smell of sauerkraut soup. But Fiona had made a huge pot of it that day, not enough for a company, of course, but enough for a squad that cooked for a whole week so they wouldn't have to think about it. Tina is not like that. She cooks a little at a time, cook and eat. With a mom like that, Mike won't get fat. Mom, why aren't we talking? My daughter-in-law wouldn't stop. Are you hoping for something else? Where are we going to live, Mom? At these words, Fiona usually began to cry, but to herself. No one heard the sobs or saw the tears. From the outside, it looked like she was just staring into the void, but there was a fire raging inside. She gave up quickly. Fiona thought at times like this. I told him, but Tina had done at least one good deed. And what a good one. She gave her a grandson that all the neighbors envied. Mike, at the age of 4, already spoke well, knew all the letters and could count to 10. If it wasn't for him, Fiona would have gone mad a long time ago. And Mike appreciated her simple cooking: sauerkraut soup, homemade cutlets, finger-thick pancakes, and other culinary delights. Mom, Tina persisted. Oh, I'm not your mother. Fiona shouted harshly. I'm not your mother. Get it through your head. Why was her daughter-in-law so rude to her? She could have called her you like the day she met her. Oh yes, she suggested we use you. How could it be otherwise with her son's future wife and future mother of grandchildren? Maybe Fiona's too hard on her daughter-in-law. Tina's understandable too. Fiona's only looking at their situation from her own vantage point. It must be hard for Tina too, but that's no reason to call her mom. Just answer me a question. Tina pleaded for the umpteenth time. We have to do this together. I want it to be legal. The law. She's a lawyer. She knows all the ins and outs of the law. Vince was a simple man. He did his own repairs and rebuilt his car in the garage. If Mike had been a little older, he'd have started to get into men's work. All the more reason for him to take an interest in them. All the time he walked around the house with a toy screwdriver and hammer and looked for something to fix. He even asked her, "Me, Tina, my soul," Fiona said in a different tone of voice. "Let's wait a little longer." "How can you do that to a living person? How can we wait any longer?" Tina replied, and her face twisted. "I've been waiting for a whole year. I have to live somehow. And your grandson too, by the way." At times like this, Fiona stared at Mike's face, and then she'd be reassured. No, that's definitely her grandson. Same forehead, same nose and eyes, and most of all, the smile. She remembered Vincent smiling at the same, like twin brothers, only 30 years apart. When Tina started to talk about how she should live her life, Fiona's doubts crept into her soul. "Why have you already looked for someone?" Fiona asked sternly and answered without waiting for an answer. "If you've got your eye on her, don't bring her into the house." Mike Vinzalevich shouldn't see such things. It was Tina's turn to take offense. She, a sailor's wife, was used to her husband's long business trips. The ocean is such a thing. Here errors are measured not in minutes, but in weeks. And a small trip for a month could well turn into a 6-month absence. She had always counted the days until they met and had never given even the slightest reason to doubt her own fidelity. But now was a different matter. And who better than his wife to understand that? "Enough. I'm tired," said Tina. "I'm tired of these quarrels of accusations. I don't need anything from you personally. I'm doing What about watching Mike?" Fiona interrupted. "Thank you for that. But I could do it myself." Of course she could, thought Fiona. She can't boil her own soup. She can't light a candle. A child is hard work. She taught her everything, even how to swaddle and rock the baby. After all, they had a good relationship at first, and Fiona really tolerated Tina calling her mom. But then they couldn't take it anymore, and they had a fight. "You're yelling," Fiona tried to attack again, but Mike hears everything. He hears and remembers. "I'm not the only one yelling," Tina replied. "We've been standing here for half an hour wasting time, and you still haven't answered my question." She switched to you. It cut Fiona like a knife. One moment, and they'd be strangers. What's it to her? She'll find herself a new man. Maybe she'll have kids for him. She'll call another woman mom. And what's left for her, Fiona? Just Mike. Vincent's her only child. She wanted a second one, but it wasn't meant to be. She'd go to the ends of the earth for Vince like a Decemberist wife. Except she's not a wife, she's a mother. "Oh, I am, by the way," Tina said, bracing herself. But at that moment a boy ran in. "Mommy, woman," Mike shouted. The letter, where did you find it?" Tina asked. She picked up the envelope, which for some reason had no writing on it except their address. Under the door, Fiona felt uncomfortable in any government offices. She stepped on the parquet flooring and feared damaging it. She looked at the luxurious wall and ceiling finishes, the expensive furniture, and felt like a poor relative visiting a rich uncle. True, today she was greeted with a friendly welcome and talked to her as if she owed her something. But she often watched soap operas and remembered how in one movie they talked to a seriously ill boy in the same tone. and they promised him everything. It's a pity that only Mom came, said the big boss. We would have had a wife, of course, but we mothers can easily understand each other and find a common language. We had to go far away, to the regional center, not a very close light. And for some reason, no one told her the reason. They only said that it had to do with her son. Although the workers tried to make her feel welcome, Fiona felt uncomfortable. All those high ceilings, crystal chandeliers, it wasn't hers. It felt awkward and scary, as if Fiona could do something that would make the expensive parquet crack, or the chandelier collapsed. The woman did not understand any chic, neither this ingratiating tone nor the essence of the conversation. She was received by the head of some department. Fiona didn't remember her title or name. She sat down at a long table right next to her, explained something, and held her hand. How is it that you are being held hostage? Fiona asked. What do you mean kidnapped? The woman in the red jacket only shrugged her shoulders. Fiona's mind was a jumbled mess. All she knew was that her son was at sea, that he was working for some African company. It's not a cruise, not an easy ride, but hard work. Vincent is an expert. He can fix the engine of a huge diesel ship under the most difficult conditions. How could he be taken hostage? The warden was literally trying to sweeten the pill. She put a cup of tea in front of her, a plate of candy and cookies. But the terrible news about her son made her unable to eat. A woman of strong character never showed that she was afraid or hurt, but this is different. It's like they're hiding something from the old lady. What are we supposed to do? Fiona asked. All we can do is be patient, the woman said. A whole team of specialists is working on your son's rescue. If anyone can help him, it's them. How do you call them? Fiona asked again. Those specialists. Unfortunately, I can't tell you, the woman sighed. Actually, it's a secret. I signed an affidavit. I could get in trouble. I've already said too much, like a mother to her mother. The day before, the call had taken the whole family by surprise. It was the 5th month of Vince's voyage, and he was due to return. The ocean is an element. Even experienced sailors do not say categorically the day of the end of the voyage. Then he had to get on a plane to Manchester, and from there to their distant destinations. So when the high office called, neither she nor Tina took it too seriously. Come to think of it, an offer to come to the administration office. Her daughter-in-law went to pick up her child from the kindergarten, and she, Fiona, went to the meeting with the affair after the words of the woman in the beautiful jacket. However, there were more questions than answers. There hadn't been a call or a message from Vincent in a month. In principle, this was not unprecedented. The sea was an element. Ships break down, get lost, and then take a long time to find them in open water. But Vince had been sailing for 10 years. He'd always come back in one piece. That's why they were worried, but not too worried. What do they want with them? Fiona asked. She had finally regained her ability to think. Money, the woman in the red jacket sighed. All terrorists want money. So let's raise it, Fiona suggested. Let's put out a call to the whole world. We can't, said the woman. Why did we call you here? So you wouldn't think of transferring any money, let alone collecting it. So that you sit quietly and wait for the situation to be resolved. We don't know for sure what could hurt them. It's a very complicated situation. You must understand that. So you can't even write to Andrew? Fiona asked. Absolutely not, the woman nodded. No publicity. Me. Why not? Fiona wondered. I'm telling you again, the woman said in a tone that brooked no objection. They're specialists. You can't interfere with them. They may call you, write to you, demand money, ask for an interview. Do not agree. This is a very serious situation. When Fiona returned to her hometown, the weather was perfect. Spring had sprung. Here by the sea, the seasons are smoothed out. And after a little inclement weather, warmth comes at once, and with it, hope. But Fiona was not happy about the good weather. She couldn't believe what was happening. It turns out that her Vincent, a longtime sailor, had been taken hostage. Why? Who had kidnapped him? When did this happen? Apparently not more than a month ago. They were talking on Messenger. Everything was fine. What's she gonna tell her daughter-in-law? What about Mike? That night, she and Tina had their first big fight. Vincana's wife demanded maximum publicity, kept trying to record the clips on her expensive cell phone and call the TV stations. And Fiona talked her out of it. Her grandson watched the bickering and wept bitterly. At some point, they were both so distracted that they didn't notice the boy at all. I'm telling you, Fiona, that you have to shout. You have to ring all the bells, Tina said. Otherwise, they won't get my husband out. Oh, for God's sake, replied Fiona. I told you to stay out of the way. Don't make any calls. Don't answer any calls. Mike's father is being taken away, and you're so calm about it. The daughter-in-law wouldn't. It was then that the attitude towards her son's wife began to change. 6 months of waiting had worn them both out, and most importantly, Tina began to insinuate that Vincent's apartment should be left. She shouldn't be living there now that her son was missing. Fiona was also financially involved in the construction and renovation, so she pretended not to understand the hints. They'll manage, Fiona said, either to herself or to her daughter-in-law. Do you know what kind of trouble Vince had gotten himself out of? They'll be fine. But Tina didn't say anything. She had calmed down a little and was looking at her son with fear and hope. So the letter. Tina held it in her hands for a long time, hesitating to open it. It offered some hope, but only as long as it remained sealed. If the envelope was torn open, the magic would be gone. Her mother-in-law looked at her without trying to take the letter, as if she recognized her priority right to the news. But Mike was impatient. He had not forgotten that he had a father, and every day he waited for his return. Oh, Mom, open up, he said. It's Daddy. Is there a car in there? The little boy took after his father. He just adored machinery. Tina and her mother-in-law bought him cars that could be disassembled and reassembled with a toy screwdriver. The child loved to twist nuts and kept imagining how he would fix a real car with his dad. Mike hadn't forgotten that his father brought him a lot of toys from every voyage. The best unprecedented one. Tina opened the envelope. Alas, there was no miracle. Instead of a letter from her husband, instead of a little news about him, a lawsuit from the bank. They'd bought the apartment with a mortgage, and Vince was handling the payments. He'd throw money into the account himself, usually with a reserve. But many months ago, the money ran out. She's already gotten calls from the bank threatening eviction. Might please collect principal, interest, legal fees, she read disappointedly. You foreclose on the apartment and put it up for public auction. We have to pay. Said the mother-in-law. You don't want us to be thrown out on the street, do you? Tina, of course, was not a lawyer, but she understood the seriousness of the situation well. If there are no payments, if the bank loses money, it will definitely want to take the apartment. Nothing will stop this financial institution. Neither a weeping widow with a living husband, nor a small child. Only a balanced and reasoned position could make a difference. She was promised to the last minute that they would not be evicted anywhere, and the bank would not go to court. This was said both in the bank and in the administration. Apparently, they changed their minds, or a new employee came and did everything in his own way. Tina began to sob. Tears shook her shoulders, choked her, and she couldn't stop. Let me read it, asked her mother-in-law. She took the documents, began to look at them, and even recognized familiar letters and words. But where could she understand the meaning of the sentences? All that was obvious to Fiona was that they wanted to throw her out on the street. She had nowhere to go. Fiona held back, put the letter in her bag, and went to the administration office. This time, the officials were not so friendly. She had been here twice since that day, but they had never offered her tea and candy. And today, the head of the department was in no hurry to see her. She made her wait for an hour and then went out into the corridor. Fiona noticed that she was wearing a different jacket, one half white, the other black. It wasn't anything beautiful, but it was probably worth a lot. No news, the woman said. Nothing encouraging. We'll just have to wait. Here, take a look. Said Fiona and showed the woman the lawsuit. She probably knew the law. As she read, she nodded her head as if in agreement with the bank. Fiona looked at her face, less than 40 years old, still young and already in such a position. She must be promoting someone, or she must be a very valuable specialist herself. Well, said the official, the situation is difficult, but not critical. Are you already working with a lawyer? If I don't have money for a loan, where will I get money for a lawyer? Fiona asked her. There's no need to despair, the woman said. Wait here. I'm going to make a copy of it and ask our lawyers to help. I think there's some way out. What do I care about your lawyers? Thought Fiona. I've got one of those sitting at home. She can't even boil soup. The official vanished behind her door and Fiona had to wait again. Now she had to go to the bank. It was already 5 in the evening when she entered the premises. Beautiful, just like the administration office, but a little more modest. Here she was received much faster, and in 10 minutes she was already sitting in front of a young girl in a white shirt and glasses. Very pretty. I wish my Vince had one of those. Fiona, and for some reason she began to blush. She wouldn't call me Mom. The girl ran her eyes over the lawsuit, looked something up on her computer. Then she picked up the phone and called, but spoke so quietly that Fiona did not hear a single word, although she was sitting literally 2 meters away. Then the girl checked something on the computer again and looked at her visitor. There is a way out, of course, she answered, but you'd better talk to my management. Please go up to the 34th office on the 2nd floor. Fiona sighed and rose from her chair. Her legs were aching from the constant moving. She had to go again, and she wasn't 18 anymore. She'd had children late. What could she do? On the other hand, she had plenty of strength, especially in the morning. If she had to, she could get Mike back on his feet by herself. The crew of that ill-fated boat was international, and Vince, it turns out, was the only dude on the boat. Or as they say abroad, Russian-speaking. He knew foreign languages well himself. Always said he could easily understand his own team. The easy character of a mechanic was so important on long voyages, where people are locked in small cabins for months. We speak the language of technology, Vince said with his perpetual smile. Me and my boys are on the same page. The rest of them were Chinese, Indonesians, and other countries Fiona couldn't remember the names of. And since neither she nor her daughter-in-law spoke the language, there was no way to communicate with their families. They both wanted to know if there was any news, if their loved one was all right. Together with Tina, they tried to search the internet for any information about the hijacking, but found nothing. Vince's phone was silent too, although his messengers were working together. They had gone to various officials and had heard from them at first condolences and sympathy, then threats. Especially when they turned to the police with a statement about the missing person. That same evening, a man called Fiona's phone and she didn't like the conversation. Besa Tsumange in Russian. Some man who identified himself as a major swore into the phone. We'll get them back. We will save your son and your husband. No amateurishness, no going to the police. Wait for further instruction. Maybe if Fiona were younger, if she had a lot of work and things to do, it would be easier for her. But as it was, she lived only for her son and grandson, going through every watch with him. Anxious waiting literally wore out her soul. With all this could be put up with for a while, if it were not for the prospect of being on the street. Ever since she was a child, she had been taught that a person should have a home. Out there in the West, you could live your whole life in a rented apartment or in a trailer. In Africa, under the scorching tropical sun, you can dig a dugout or hide in a pub. Your own living space is a cult. And Fiona also practiced this religion. One time, a shipping company representative got in touch with them. He was very apologetic about his language, though his speech was excellent. He only asked which account to transfer the money. Fiona was very happy. Tina gave her details, confident that the bank would sort it out. They'd transferred a small amount of money to her once and then forgotten about it. They must have thought they were in the clear. Fiona had 1 son and 2 daughters. When Vince grew up and bought an apartment, she sold hers immediately. She split the money equally between the kids and moved in with her son. Tina may not have liked it, but she didn't show it. The apartment is large, nice, 3 rooms. However, when Mike was born, her grandmother's help came in handy. Now Fiona thought she'd been a fool to sell her apartment. She was a nobody here, just a tenant with a stamp in her passport. Yeah, she still had the summer house. When Vince was at the beach, when the family needed to be left alone, she could get out of town. And when Mike got older, she could take him with her. But now they're being asked to pay or leave. What's she gonna do? She can't live at the cottage. Although winters here are warm, not so warm that you can do without hot water and a radiator, and she didn't have any of that at the dacha. She didn't have it. She didn't earn it. She spent it all on her Vince and her daughters. And boredom there at the dachas. No stores, no playgrounds. Going away with my daughter. Kate and Vivi would love to take her in, but they're young, no husbands, no children. What if she stops them from building their own happiness, their own families? No, she belongs here, back home. She has to wait for Vincent and help her son and grandson to go up to the second floor. The same polite and serious girl escorted her to the door and opened it with her card. Fiona wasn't thrilled with such high technology. If she lost her card, how would she get in? It's kind of like a factory on the second floor. Only here they don't make cell phones, sew clothes, or pour Licos into jars to roll them into canned food. Big people were making money. Things were probably going well because the floors, walls, and ceilings had been renovated very well. Fiona looked at her shoes. Clearly, you could ruin the interior by walking in such cheap and dirty shoes. There was paneling on the walls as if mahogany had been used. The floor had expensive tiles of enormous size like marble. One of the doors was already open, and a man, not at all like the boss, was standing near it. Tight, fresh, in a neat suit. He greeted the visitor with a nod of his head and motioned for her to come. In this office, Fiona felt her financial insolvency even more acutely. She wanted to sit on a chair in the corner, but the man pulled out a chair and gestured for her to sit down. "It's beautiful here," the woman said. She almost forgot why she had come. "It's like a museum." "Thank you," the man replied. "It is customary to address employees by their first names. You can just call me Adrian." Fiona said, and the man in the nice jacket smiled. Yes, Fiona, I'm aware of that. Let's not waste any time. I'm fully immersed in your briefcase." "Immersed in what?" The woman interrupted him. She really wanted the expensive man in the expensive jacket to speak in words familiar to her. "I know all the details of the situation," he explained. "That the borrower has disappeared, your son, and I can only express my regrets. Can you not evict him from the apartment?" Fiona asked. "That's what I'm talking about." He nodded again. "We can give you credit vacations, and we can cancel the debt, but we need a court order to do that." "A what?" There was hope in my grandmother's soul. "Don't make me say it out loud," he asked, "because I have a hard time with words like that." Fiona didn't understand anything. Why was this handsome man speaking in riddles? Somehow she didn't believe that he could feel sympathy for her. He who sits near big money eventually becomes gold himself. "Oh, I can take it," the woman said stubbornly. "Okay," Adrian nodded. "You apply to the court on the recognition of your son dead." "What do you mean dead?" said the woman, devastated. "He's not dead." "That's what I'm talking about," the man replied. He seemed glad his guest hadn't fainted. Fiona sighed. Why did they all want her son Vince to be declared dead? The banker and Tina, he's not dead, she can feel it. He's just in trouble, he needs help, and they're burying him alive. It was hard for her to imagine something like that. What would happen when Vince came back? "It's the only workable option," Adrian said. "Then we can make a deal. The administration will go." "What if I don't agree?" Fiona asked. "If I believe that my son will come back, alive and well." He and eyes expressed sincere sympathy. She had never seen such handsome bosses before, and how polite he was. Couldn't he just cancel the debt so that neither Fiona nor her grandson would end up on the street? "If you don't agree, then this conversation never happened," he said after a long silence. "You understand? My bosses won't give me a hard time. If they find out that I'm giving advice here, please think about it, and I have to get back to my duty." The call from the district administration took Tina by surprise. She, a modest lawyer from a small company, did not understand the message or its purpose. She had been invited to the administration to deliver a message in person. Why would she spend 2 hours on a shuttle bus to hear something that couldn't be said over the phone? "Hello," said a woman's voice, seemingly devoid of emotion. "You and Fiona have been asked to appear before the head of the public relations department tomorrow to discuss your husband. Has he done something wrong?" Tina asked anxiously. "Probably not," the voice replied. "But I can't say for sure." "No, what about him? We don't know." The woman sighed, and some emotion flickered in her voice. "Unfortunately, is he alive?" Tina asked. "According to our information, yes," answered the voice, and did not allow to continue questioning. "If you come to us tomorrow, we can find out a little more. Understand, You don't say these things over the phone. The most frustrating thing was that she was never told anything concrete. You have to go to the reception, and that's it. Therefore, she was skeptical about the proposal to go to the district administration. Why when she had enough to do? Vincent was alive, hadn't done anything wrong, so everything was all right. He'd be home soon, but when her agitated mother-in-law returned after the reception, it was as if the world had turned upside down. Vince had been taken hostage or captured by saboteurs or pirates, some kind of ransom demand, but not from them. The amount is unknown, but it's enormous, the kind of money they can't raise on their own. The uncertainty in which the young woman found herself was simply boundless. Tina could not believe for a long time that it was not an evil joke or a stupid place on the internet. And on television, there are only jokes. It's like people have lost the ability to be serious. Her Vince, the flight mechanic, became a hostage. It sounded as fantastic as if she'd won $1 million in the lottery. Theoretically, maybe, but it better not be true. Oh, what a cross, Fiona said. She told me the truth. Ooh, I believe it, Mom, I believe it, Tina replied. In fact, she had her doubts. The conversation with her mother-in-law had made her see things differently. That day, Tina was filled with a thirst for activity. She wanted to shout her distress, to ring all the bells. But Fiona convinced her it was better to keep quiet. There were risks. What could she get from her Vincent? If he was to be ransomed, it would be money she didn't have. But as the months passed, and the second and third, Tina began to realize that she was getting used to the absence of her husband. At first, there was a wound in her soul, then an emptiness that she tried to fill with memories. How they'd gotten to know each other, started dating, and then lived together. Vince, 10 years older, her first and only love, and the way he'd courted her. They met in St. New York. Tina was born and raised there, and Vince was there for some training to get a higher position. He came up to her on the street and spoke to her, smiling. Maybe in his small coastal town that was the custom, but in New York, it was a rare thing. He'd asked her out for wine, not coffee, and their affair had begun. That same evening, Vince asked her out for a walk along the waterfront. He gave her a place and time and told her not to be late. And when she showed up for her date with a tall, smiling man, he suggested they go up on a boat. Turns out Vince had rented it, and he drove it as well as he drove a car. It's a nice car, her husband to be explained. Very easy to drive. Navigation's great, look at this. Do you want to try it? Vince talked a lot of smart words about speed, displacement, comparing the boat to the competition. Tina couldn't say she liked the look of it, but she was impressed. It took them only 2 weeks to fall in love with each other. He had a place in her heart, and what had happened couldn't be considered a romance between a young man from out of town and a local princess. When Vince left for his hometown, she knew they'd see each other again. And so they did. He'd gone on long voyages, traveled the length and breadth of the earth, but he'd always come back. He was gone for months, but when he came back, he belonged only to her. And to spend as much time together as possible, they moved to his homeland. In a small southern town by the sea, they rented an apartment and got married. She found a job, even in her specialty, not dusty at all. True, she was not offended not only by the duties, but also by the large salary. With the money Vince brought back from his trips, they lived happily ever after. Then, a couple years later, Mike was born, and the family was complete. Though Tina had hoped that her husband would quit his voyages and find a job ashore, nothing of the sort happened. Vince lived the sea, dreamed of it. He knew the elements like a whale. He could look up at the sky and tell when it was going to rain, how long a storm would last. There was no other man like him on earth. You're the only one like you in the whole world, he told her. I'm lucky to have you, waiting for me like the wind in the calm. You know I'll definitely come back. Thanks to the internet, even the longest separation became bearable. They could communicate, if not every night, then several times a week. Vince told Misha's stories from across the ocean, scolded him if he refused to eat, and he sent pictures and videos that took his breath away. But then Vincent disappeared, and no one could shed any light on the mystery of his disappearance. It must be that if her husband had been assigned to a Russian port, she could have gone somewhere, complained, and demanded something. But as it was, even the owner of the ship was far away. Mike grew up without a father. Her meager salary was enough only for the bare necessities, Every day she called her mom and sobbed into the phone about how hard it was. Tina, her mom would say, drop everything and come back. You'll be here waiting for your sailor, but what can you do? At home, the walls help. Mom, my home is here. What about our apartment? Tina asked. All that money we invested. Oh, Tina, you can't bring a house to New York, Mom said. You're a grown woman and you know what to do. The apartment was a real shame. This house was obviously not built for the locals, but for those who wanted to have a comfortable residence by the sea. And more money had been invested here than in an average apartment in New York. A beautiful architecture, comfortable layouts, a front entrance, which was called in the Western manor, the lobby. Tina, her mother said into the phone, I told you right away that marriage to a sailor is a lottery, but you don't listen to anyone. Mom, don't start our way. You know what to do. If you want to come back, we're waiting. And she did know. She may not be a good lawyer, she may not be an outstanding one, but the solution was self-evident. She could sell the apartment with the bank's permission, pay off the debt, which was not even half of the market price, and return to her home, build a career, eventually forget Vince, and start a new family. But how do you decide to do that? The waiting had devastated Fiona. At 63, she was already retired, but she still worked. In one store, doing cleaning, scrubbing floors, and in the second, gluing stickers on products. They even put that funny word in the... Fiona worked so hard not only because her pension was modest, like everyone she knew in this town. She just couldn't sit in one place. She had to keep moving. Vincent was the same, and it seemed Mike had picked up their energy gene. Though Fiona didn't tell anyone about her trouble, word spread quickly through the town. Some even offered to raise money, but the proud woman refused. Vince is alive. Vince is alive. She'd tell her friends if they were too far apart in their pessimistic predictions. He'll be back. I've dreamed it. It was at times like this that Fiona was wrong. She didn't really remember dreams. She'd been making them up for as long as she could remember. So if Vince visited her, even if he tried to say something to her in the dark world, she couldn't remember it in real life. Fiona, any news? Nellie, her worst friend in the very store where Fiona was cleaning. No, Fiona answered. As soon as it's clear, you'll be the first to know. And there were those who spread the ugliest rumors. That Vince had left his wife, child, and mother to live in Australia. I'd seen his account on an English social network and almost talked to him. And that his name was no longer Vince, but William, or that her son, the purest of souls, was in an African prison. Drugs or guns, but betrayed by his own crew. As her friends recounted these rumors floating around town, Fiona wanted to howl with grief. In fact, it could very well be true. After all, she hadn't heard from her son in almost 6 months. When Fiona imagined the kidnappers, for some reason she thought they were pirates, and that they lived on an island. With, a deep cove that you can't see from the... and that they had a whole village with a separate cage where the slaves were kept. And there's Vince, surrounded but not broken. He walks around the cage, turns in circles, looks his captors in the eye and says, "Oh, you're lying, you can't take him." And they're so scared of him, they can't even let him go. In this picture of the pirate world, fit the fact that for several months the mysterious kidnappers did not even let her son make a call or at least send news to his family. The thought that pirates could be so inhumane made Fiona sick to her stomach. Fiona had spent her whole life in her town and knew everyone here. So when she sat at her second job in the evening and pasted stickers on some boxes of Chinese toys, she wasn't too surprised at Semyonova. She was not young either, but she was fresher than Fiona. She was 57 or 58 years old. She and Semyonova weren't really friends. They just said hello if they met each other on the street or in the store. "My Fiona." Said the postmistress from the doorstep. "Phew. What is it?" Fiona wondered. "Boy, a letter. A real letter." "Oh, from where?" Fiona jumped up from her chair, and the sudden rise made her lower back ache. "Oh, I know where from. Africa," Sandra replied. "Did you bring it?" Fiona asked and felt tears running down her cheeks against her will. It was the waiting, the longing. "You brought it here, didn't you?" "No, of course not," said the postmistress. "What are you doing?" "It's registered mail. It should be handed over at the post office if you show your passport. Here's the thing. The letter came to an address. The recipient is not listed there. So what? What? Fiona asked. It means that the letter can be received by anyone of legal age who lives at that address, as long as they have a registration. You've got a registration? Haven't you, friend? Fiona wanted to say that Sandra's soul was a manual, but she decided not to spoil relations with the messenger, who might well bring good news. She just sighed, adjusted her sweater, and checked her passport in her bag. Here it was, sitting in the secret compartment, along with a $5,000 bill. Like any grandmother, Fiona always carried her passport in her bag, for a reason known only to old people. Okay, let's go, Fiona said. I'll finish the stickers afterward. It's okay, no one's going to die. Let's not go, we'll run. Sandra corrected her. The branch closes in half an hour. Then that's it. No more letters, no more mail. We'll be there in time. In another situation, Fiona would have been amused by the postmistress's zealousness in following instructions. But she herself wanted to run away. The waiting was so tedious. She would have sprinted if it hadn't been for her age and chronic joint pain. There was light at the end of the tunnel, and she wanted to catch at least a small ray of warmth. The sea was not an element, but life. Maybe his unbridled passion for sailing was due to his complete lack of seasickness. Even in the worst storms, even in the most violent rocking, Vince kept a clear and bright head. He didn't get sick. He didn't lose his mind like dozens of other sailors he'd met along the way. He even gloated when a crewman, a particularly impressionable one, began to weep with fear. The storm was just making Vince feel better, not scaring him. If you're so scared, why did you go out to sea? He asked. You could have sat on the beach and thrown your fishing rod in the water. Life on land was another matter. He wasn't comfortable here. Vince didn't understand many people, and he was bored on shore. Good thing he was lucky to have a wife. She knew how to wait. She knew how to support and inspire. Everything else didn't work out so well. When he was renovating, they tried to cheat him out of prices. First on the apartment, then on building materials and furniture. And he couldn't even argue with them. Good thing Tina wasn't like that. She immediately took the initiative and put in place those who tried to deceive him. Destroyed by some norms, quotes, threatened with instances, but in the right place. A lawyer, what can I say? The next flight, at first glance, was no different from the previous ones. And yet it was special, unique, just as the sea was never the same. Vincent did not expect the ship to be captured by black militants. He didn't see the most intense part of the performance, the capture. While he sat in the engine room, the roar of the engines blocked out any noise outside. And then he was followed by his own, a Briton Peter, whom Vince called Pete. The mechanic was surprised at his colleague. They worked in shifts, and today was not his day. Turn it off. Come on, he said in English. We've been captured. Vince thought he had misunderstood his comrade. He carefully shut down the engine, checked the instruments and gauges. Everything's fine. Oh, I'm sorry. What happened? Captured, replied the Brit. The terrorists you call pirates are on board, just as they were 200 years ago. They snuck up in their dinghies, ran onto the bridge. We had no time to open our mouths. Why didn't the captain give the command to kill the engine? Vince asked. Why did he send you? Those savages took him off the bridge. They don't even know how to use the comms. Relax, that's not the worst of it. After all, they didn't fire a single round at us. Yeah, there can be a mistake. The entire crew, all 30 of them, were standing on deck. The only time they all got together was on shore before the launch. And on the way, everyone has his own task. They have no time to stand in a single line. And here they are. Only instead of an employer, they were armed men in masks. All of them were thin, if not to say skinny. But they held their automatic rifles tightly, even if they didn't point them at the team. No need for heroism, the captain said to his men. The pirates had tied his hands for some reason. We will proceed according to protocol. The capture was different from what Vince had seen in the movies. No one shouted or fired. The pirates were calm, even casual. Most of the crew were locked up, but the chief flight engineer and Vince were sent back to the engine room. The invaders were not very good with machinery. One of the skinny, dark-haired guys took over, his mask off his lips and his eyes still closed. Let's do something, Vince suggested when they were back to their usual work. We can't do this. Relax, Peter replied. They're not going to do anything to us. Just follow their commands. There are only 5 of them. Vince resented them. There are 30 of them. They've got machine guns, the Brit said firmly. You dudes don't know how to look at a situation soberly. You want to show who's boss. Trust me, and you'll be home in a month, he agreed. But when they went upstairs and saw the pirate in the mechanics things, Vince's indignation was boundless. The masked man was wearing his tactical pants and vest, which he'd recently bought at the port for a decent sum. Not only were they beautiful, but they were brand new. He wanted to go fishing in them. Peter saw Vince heading toward the masked corsair and grabbed his shoulder. Relax, the Brit said. It's clothes. You have a wife and son waiting for you at home. I'm convinced that by the end of the month you'll be able to see them and hug them. 6 months passed. Vince tried to figure out how it was that he was the only one of the crew left with the pirates. It must have started the day after he'd bailed out the pirates for the first time. Almost the entire crew, except for 4 men, were loaded into dinghies and sent to the old bark. Their 5 more dark-skinned pirates were waiting for them. As the boats sailed away from their home ship, Vince was glad for the good weather. It was just their luck that the water was calm today. They would have capsized in a heartbeat if there had been any rough seas. The diesel engines could hardly pull the boats. One way or another, they reached the pirate schooner, which was also living out its last days. After only an hour's journey, the longboat stood up. Vincent could hear by the sound of it that the engine was out of order. He was accustomed to thinking of machinery as music. This engine was clearly faltering, failing. The pirates began to swear, and at one point almost started shooting at each other. But then one of them, the oldest, with a real bandage on his face, fixed his one eye on the captured crew. Technician, he said in broken English. EIF fix. Who? Vince took a step forward. If they were to be captured, it was better to swim to shore than to drift endlessly in the vast ocean. He went down to the engine room and tinkered with the engine for several hours before it came to life. The dark-skinned pirate, who was in charge of the machinery, wanted to add speed, but Vince slapped him on the palm of his hand. The invader grinned like a beast and went for the mechanic. You what? He said, snatching up the knife. Don't you need a hand? But at that moment, the one-eyed pirate, the oldest looking, grabbed the troublemaker by the shoulder and playfully threw him to the floor. He must have had a lot of strength to stop the young and tall man with such ease. The old pirate said a few words to his young companion, who grinned once more and left. How long is it? Vince asked. 50 miles. The one-eyed corsair answered in a terrible accent. Can we make it? Vincent nodded. We'll make it. Fiona held the letter in her hand and smiled stupidly with excitement. It was definitely from Vince. Well done. He'd found a way to send word to his family. The envelope looked as if it had traveled halfway around the world before reaching their seas. There were so many stamps on it that there was hardly any space left. On the letter, stamps with exotic images, tropical fruits, animals, rulers in African national costumes. Fiona didn't bother to open the envelope. She thought it was a great chance to repair her relationship with her daughter-in-law. They'd read the happy news together, find out when Vince was coming home, and they'd get on well like old times and be sure to sort out the bank and other problems. Tina, are you home? Fiona asked her daughter-in-law, dialing her number on the phone. They had rarely dialed each other lately. Yes, the young woman answered. What's wrong? There's a letter here. Again, Tina said, confused. Where did it come from this time? No, it's a different letter. Fiona's optimism was overflowing. It's African. If you're home, I'll be right there. We'll take a look at it together. I haven't opened it yet. I want you to open it, Tina. Mike was concentrating for the umpteenth time on assembling his logging truck. It was his favorite toy. Dad had bought it at a stall when they'd been out together on his last shore vacation. Instead of a cab, for some reason, it had a cat's head. The toy makers from the Celestial Empire must have put some meaning into it, which is not fully understood by a Russian person. But Mike was fine with it. A cat's head on a logging truck. That's the way it should be. You open the door, Tina suggested. You have a lucky hand. Fiona wanted to ask her daughter-in-law to call her you again. Yes, she'd overreached and even broken it. She'd been too hard on her daughter-in-law all these months. But they can make up and live in harmony again. It just takes a small thing, a little bit of certainty. so that they know when to expect the return of their husband, son, and father. No, darling, you open it, Fiona said. It's your husband, so I have to move. A mother's share is small. She bore him, gave birth, led him into the world. And then the wife is responsible. Tina opened the envelope in excitement, unfolded the letter, but the joyful expectation on her face was suddenly replaced by surprise and then indignation and anger. After reading, the girl folded the letter and grabbed the letter as if she wanted to tear it, but changed her mind. Tina looked gloatingly at her mother-in-law and handed her the paper. Here, she said. Look at it. Fiona took the paper. The language of the letter seemed to be Russian, but at first she read and reread it, unable to understand a word. Or rather, the general meaning came to her, but she refused to believe it. Mike assembled the car and decided to see what his mother and grandmother were doing. The little boy went up to Fiona, took her hand, and burped. "Bah, is it 100? Oh, Mike. Oh, Grandma, read it," asked the little boy. Fiona gave in and began to read the letter aloud. "We regret to inform you that Vincent Yen, an employee of Transaf United, has violated the terms of his contract and has been out of contact for several months. The dry cargo ship with crew along with Vincent Yen was captured on 10/5/2021. The company took exhaustive measures to search for and recover Vincent Yen, the onboard mechanic, the remaining crew member. By the time of the hijacking, the vessel under his command was traveling with its transponder turned off. According to information received from the Moroccan Special Police, Vincent Yen is not in captivity and his whereabouts have been approximated. In view of this information, the contract has been terminated. For final payments, please contact the company's Morocco office at..." "Grandma, I don't get it." "I don't understand," Mike said. He, like all small children, could repeat the same phrase dozens of times. "Oh, come here, little boy," Tina said. "Come here, "I'll show them all," Fiona shouted. "I'll go to Andean tomorrow." "No, the president." "You can go higher than that," grinned her daughter-in-law. "You should make an appointment with the Almighty. At your age, I will not tolerate blasphemy in my house." Fiona said loudly, and Mike started crying again. But Tina didn't escalate the conflict. She took her son and went into the other room. Fiona thought she really should go to church, and the sooner the better. Without his intercession, this show definitely wouldn't get sorted out. Their motley crew was divided immediately by nationality. Peter and Vince ended up in the same room. It's hard to say whether their room was better or worse than the others. Instead of beds, there were mattresses lying on the bare ground. Instead of a table, there was a large blackboard on which flies and other insects that the sailor had only seen in biology textbooks crawled. The hut might have looked like the dwelling of a local poor man if it had not been for the bars. The bars were on both the windows and the doors. Vince glanced warily at the wires that ran along the wall. If their little prison caught fire, they could hardly escape. There was no restroom. Twice a day, the locals came in with machine guns and took them outside. "I told you there was no need for heroics," Peter reflected. "As you can see, we are not going to be killed. The living conditions are quite tolerable. We just have to be patient. Soon you and I will return to our native countries and we will remember this story with a smile." "Good for you," said Vince. "You have no wife and no children. You might be able to smile your British smile. I've got people waiting for me at home. Relax, William. It's an insurance claim. You'll get paid a lot of money and you'll tell your kids about being captured by pirates. It's $1 million story." Vince thought to himself that his countrymen didn't get into this kind of trouble very often. When he came back, he'd be interviewed or even made into a movie. But when will that be? His picture is probably already on the news on every federal channel. How much money do these dark-skinned guys need to release him? After 2 days of waiting, a TV was put in their room. Otherwise, they would have just started howling with longing. But all the content is in an unfamiliar language. Not even a single channel in English. It was still more fun to hear other people's speech than to talk to each other endlessly. "We're going to lose weight on this food," said Peter, as they were brought their meager rations again. But on the other hand, at least it's something like this. They were fed twice a day. A woman handed them 2 bowls of baked beans through the bars. In principle, Vince had nothing against such a dish. It was good. But if it was all he had to eat, the beans quickly became disgusting. The only thing that kept him going was his partner, who didn't seem to be discouraged. "William," Peter said, maybe you could teach me Russian. I'll come out of here a great translator and find myself a new job." Without the bloody sea, the sea after his wife and son, it was the biggest thing Vincent longed for. It was close enough to reach. In the mornings, he breathed the salty air. And if the village was quiet, he could hear the water rippling. He wished he knew where they were and how far they'd gotten from civilization. On the third night, when they turned off the TV and went to bed, he was awakened an hour later. "Get up, let's go. You're a job." "A contract," said the stranger. Vincent sleepily sent the pirate to hell, but he didn't understand English very well, or pretended to. The dark-skinned man who'd come after him was denser than his countrymen, and his arms were a good relief of muscle. The stranger was smiling, confirming the stereotype that Africans had the whitest teeth on earth. He could use them instead of a flashlight. When they had been brought to the village, they had been blindfolded while still on the schooner. Now at night, one of the kidnappers either didn't care about privacy or hoped that the darkness would keep the village safely hidden. But something could still be seen in the darkness. They were in a large village, and they were walking along a road that was good by local standards. It was here, and there were off-road vehicles, mostly Japanese. Vince knew that in Africa, they valued Toyota and other brands that were easy to repair and reliable for aggressive use. To the left, in the distance, was a dark building. Some signs of the buildings were different. Some small huts in front, but on the second line were quite large houses. "Call me Beat. Hurry up and step forward." "Beat," said the pumped-up pirate, following close by. "You know where you're going," Vincent replied. "We heard you were fixing it. We need to fix the boat. Go forward quickly. It's very important." "Step, you fix the boat," more out of boredom than any real desire to help. Vince obeyed the black man. He led him to a hangar where a large boat with a disassembled motor stood on a carriage. The mechanic took a flashlight, took a quick look at the machinery, and whistled. Someone must have tried to repair the engine blindfolded, and it was in an absolutely terrible condition. The wiring on the boat also left much to be desired. You could burn yourself out if a miracle happened and the engine started. "Can you do it?" Beat asked. "I doubt it," Vincent replied. He wanted to explain that for such a repair he needed time, desire, and most importantly, parts. But he thought it was a waste of time. Pirates didn't understand English very well. "You can do it." Beat nodded. "Over there, tools. That's where the gears are. Your brother will be with you all night. He'll help you." "I don't want to," Vincent breathed out. "Mistake." Beat shook his head and pointed to the gun on his belt. "You fix it. I don't shoot." "Not you, not my friend." The deal. Sometimes Tina went to her page on the world's most popular social networking site. She'd scroll through the feeds, look at other people's stories of happy families to forget herself. Now and then men tried to get to know her. They wrote something in private messages, called her for coffee with far-reaching consequences. All this verbal garbage she threw away without reading, but the first and last name of one of the men seemed familiar. I think Vincent had told her about him. Besides, the man hadn't asked for coffee, but had written a large message in English. At least one name was immediately apparent: Vincent, only in Peter Long, her husband's partner. She stared at the photo. That was him, and in one photo in the album, it was him and Vince, hugging like cronies. Tina didn't understand English very well. She'd wanted to learn it when she was carrying Mike, but the pregnancy had been too difficult for her so she copied the Brit's words into a Google translator and tried to grasp the general meaning. She wanted to believe that she had misunderstood her interlocutor, or that he was mistaken, deceiving her. "I am a friend of Vincent, your husband," Peter wrote. "I had a hard time finding your page. I understand that it's normal for a husband and wife to have different last names, but the fact that his page is missing from your friends is nonsense. Fortunately, my luck has changed. Please reply as William asked me to tell you that he misses his family very much. Is he alive?" She wrote, "No, yes," the Brit replied. "William is alive and well, only complaining about his teeth. The water is disgusting. He missed you very much, remembered every day. We were separated when we were held prisoner for a few days. Why didn't he come back?" Tina asked, trying to find the right words. He's working with them, the Brit replied. How's that? Look, Daddy, it's hard to explain, he continued. I just wanted to say that we are praying for him and for you. There is a way we can help financially. Please let me know how we can do that. Thank you, Tina wrote. But what is it like to work with them? Can you explain? Me. I've already told the police everything, Peter replied. I'm afraid it's a job for them. Tina closed the social networking app, unable to bear the bitter truth. Working with them. Then I can see why it's taking him so long to come home. And also why she and her mother-in-law were expected to keep quiet and find out nothing. Her husband's a pirate. Her husband hijacks other people's ships. It just didn't make sense. Tina didn't bother to tell her mother-in-law anything. She could see the uncertainty hitting the woman. She had always seemed younger than her years, and now she had aged dramatically. Let someone else tell her such news. Now, in order not to lose the apartment, it was necessary to act. Tanya's soul was filled with contradictory feelings. On the one hand, she loved Vince, the father of her child, so cheerful and optimistic. He was a real energy, a nuclear reactor that never shut down. His confessions were so naive, but so sincere. No one knows his fate, but she wanted to believe that he would get out of it, that he would make it. On the other hand, she was so young, maybe her husband will come back. Not now, but in 2 years, 5 years, or 10? Tina tried to understand herself. If Vince, God forbid, were suddenly in prison, would she wait for him? She would, but not forever. But prison is one thing, captivity is another. Of course, he works for African criminals, not of his own free will. That's even worse. When there's a trial and a sentence, you can know exactly when the sentence is over, when the person is going to go back to freedom. They had taken criminal law in law school, so Tina knew that you could only be in prison for a very long time if you did something truly horrible. But prison was like incarceration without a sentence. All the more frustrating because Vince had done nothing wrong, betrayed no one, or done anything wrong. It must be that all these big men just don't know how to negotiate. The pirates let go whoever they paid for or put in a good word. And her husband was too easy a man, too convenient and suave to lay down his bones for him. What would Vince say if she decided not to wait for him? Would he let her continue to make her own destiny and even find Mike another father? Or would he have gotten angry, yelling and cursing? She knew her husband well, even perfectly, but she could not predict his behavior at such a difficult fork in the road. The atmosphere in the apartment was electrifying. Both Tina and Fiona tried to spend as little time together as possible, and both felt shame, but for different reasons. That feeling faded, though, when they had to get back to the important issues on which the future depended. Not just theirs, but Mike's. So you're with them too? My mother-in-law questioned. And you want my Vince to be declared dead while he's still alive? They put Mike in the living room to watch cartoons while they argued in the kitchen. Fiona couldn't accept the reality of her old age. She'd never been to court in her entire life. She'd never been taken to the police. It seemed to her something shameful, disgusting, reprehensible. We'll just buy time, Tina persuaded her. Let's say he's declared dead. It could be overturned if Vince came back. Otherwise, we'll be evicted. Let them try. Fiona replied defiantly. Huron replied defiantly. Mike and I have places to go. Her daughter-in-law continued. We're going to my mom's in New York. What about you? No one's going to evict me, daughter, Fiona said. But she sounded less sure. You can't evict a man if he has nowhere else to go. I'm a pensioner, an invalid, almost an honored man. Here, of course, Fiona was lying. Although she went to the doctors regularly, her health was excellent for her age. There was no way that argument was going to hold up. Besides, she knew how hard it was to get disability, even if you were really unwell. But she believed that the court was a place that would help, not evict. Especially if she just didn't have another place to live. That's not an option, Tina said. I'm a lawyer. Our apartment is mortgaged, so even Mike won't be spared. The law is the law. It can't be. Well, Fiona, why are you arguing? The young woman waved her hands. Would I tell you this if I didn't know for sure? Will they kick me out? Fiona said in disbelief. They'll evict you before you know it, continued the daughter-in-law. I won't fight to the death for this apartment. I feel sorry for her, of course, but health is more expensive. Tina had already decided for herself that she would not humiliate herself and argue with the bailiffs. If they suddenly evict her, she'll pack her things and leave. All the more, her mom is waiting. But it was worth fighting the system, especially since she saw one way to win, and she didn't want to go back to New York. It's cold and it rains all the time. She liked living by the sea. She'd gotten used to it over the years, and she couldn't imagine herself anywhere else. On the one hand, everyone in this town knows about her personal tragedy, that her husband disappeared or became a pirate. Out there, in the big city, she could just get lost. Here, everyone knows to leave and be done with it. And this cheerful old woman, if she wants to fight to the death, she can. At least, she didn't go to Andy. It turns out he doesn't broadcast anymore. I don't agree, Fiona said. I'm not signing up for anything. Vince is alive, I can feel it. And he'll be back, Tina sighed. She had already prepared a statement asking for her husband to be declared dead. As her fingers raced across the keyboard, tears rolled down her cheeks. But there was no other choice. This way, at least she could stall for time to get at least some payments for the child. For the loss of the breadwinner. If you're not going to leave, at least clean more often, Tina said. I do all the cooking and cleaning, and the windows could use some cleaning. Look how you're bossing me around. You're not the boss, Fiona said angrily. This is my son's apartment. What if he's... Tina sighed. The words were hard to say. What if he's no longer alive? You wish, Fiona said. You can't wait for him to die. But even if he is gone, part of it belongs to me. I know my rights well. You're wrong, said Tina. Vincent wrote a will. A will. Fiona's eyes widened. Yes, her daughter-in-law nodded. I didn't want to tell you. I didn't want you to think I was trying to get this apartment on purpose. She wanted to say more harsh words, but Fiona suddenly sank back into her room. Fiona knew that in her favorite soap operas at such moments, the heroes usually fainted and an ambulance rushed to them. She, on the other hand, felt fine. Despite her worries, only her soul hurt. But modern medicine doesn't know how to treat that. William, where have you been? Peter asked. I was worried. Vince grinned. So worried, in fact, that he'd been sleeping like a marmot when the pirate had taken him out at night. By morning, the mechanic had managed to revive the engine at great cost. But of course it wouldn't last long. I don't care. Let these pirates go out to sea and stall. This is the second time I've been kidnapped, Vincent explained. I was up all night resurrecting a half-dead boat. Black magic, Peter laughed. He was glad that the dude was still optimistic, no matter what. But the fact that his colleague had agreed to help the pirates was alarming. Unless William is a grown man and knows what to do himself, our Chinese friends are on the loose, said Peter. The woman who brings us the slop called food explained it to me in broken English sign language. Good for them, said Vince. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to bed. Sure, Peter nodded. I'll turn the TV down. Just kidding, I'll turn it all the way down, man. That was the last time Vincent saw his British colleague. After lunch, two skinny black guys with smiles that could compete with the lights came to pick him up. These knew no English at all and gestured to the mechanic where to go. He responded with another gesture, an international gesture, but had to comply. The African village is filled with stuffy and scorching air. Here and there were locals going about their business. Women were washing and peeling vegetables, children were playing and running around, men were lounging on large sun beds under umbrellas and drinking drinks from bottles. Clay-clad huts were neighbored by tall brick houses. No fences, all doors open. Palm trees overhung them. Vincent and his escorts reached the edge of the village. There, far away from the other houses, stood a villa that looked like a medieval castle. There was a fence around it, and a few other guys with machine guns, all of them with serious frowns on their faces. We went inside. After the heat outside, the air conditioning seemed like bliss. Let's be clear, said a swarthy man in plain English, sitting on a high leather armchair as if on a throne. They won't pay for you. What do you mean? Benson wondered. Who are you? I don't understand anything. You don't need to understand, replied the local king. I don't have time to explain. Nobody needs you, and you're not getting paid. But the boys said you've already helped us twice. Vincent didn't say a word. He didn't like the atmosphere or the conversation. One thing he was glad about was the air conditioning. which kept the room at a comfortable temperature. There was a table in front of the czar with fruit, cheese, and sweets. Vince stared at the food and swallowed saliva. The pirate followed his gaze and smiled. "Eat something, keep your mouth busy," he said. The Chinese were bought at once. The British are being dealt with. But with you, sailor, there's a problem. What kind of trouble? Vince was surprised. I'm Russian. The Africans love us. We've helped everyone here so many times. Not everyone loves us, the pirate boss corrected him. It's business, you know. I'm wasting my time explaining things to you. Oh, I didn't ask to be kidnapped, Vincent said. I'm a mechanic. I don't decide anything. We can only keep you and feed you if you work for us, the king said and leaned toward him. You must earn your bread and your life. And if I don't? Vincent asked, filling his mouth with cheese and grapes. How he longed for a proper meal. Even the pirate's threats had less effect on him when his stomach was full. Oh, let's throw it into the sea. The king yawned. Let the sharks sort it out. Vince knew there were sharks here because the waters were very warm. He was also willing to believe that they'd refuse to pay for him as quickly as they'd refused to pay for the other crewmen. He'd heard of something like that before. It's just that when these stories are told over a beer, it's one thing. A huge, dark-skinned man making death threats for refusing to work is another. I got a family back home, Vince said. You'll work for me for a while. Buy yourself out, the kingpin explained. And then you'll leave. A contract. The will was Vince's idea, from start to finish. Tina didn't understand why he thought of such things at such a young age. But it would solve everything now. Relations with her mother-in-law were already strained to the breaking point. Sell the apartment, pay off the bank, and part like ships at sea. The only thing that made them hold back was Mike, who didn't want to get involved in adult problems. Tina caught herself thinking that she had already accepted the idea that she would have to leave the apartment, one way or another. Before, the feeling that she was the owner of the place gave her strength and energy. She used to scrub the floors and furniture tirelessly, cleaning almost every day, constantly decorating the place, buying new furniture. Now she was too lazy, even to dust the cupboards. Mom, let's clean. BAM, said Mike, holding his toy mop. He liked order. He remembered where and what toy he put where he left the car, and when Mommy scrubbed the floors or vacuumed, he'd come right over to help. To keep him interested in cleaning, he and Vince even bought him a toy mop. They're the happiest kids in the history of mankind. Not today, Mike, Tina said. Go play with the cars. I'm busy. What are you doing? My son asked. Working the woman's side. Tina was preparing for the trial. Both her and her mother-in-law would be summoned to the hearing. They would ask questions. They must have already requested information from the police, from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. She attached to the application a letter that had recently come from her employer. Most likely her husband will be declared missing. Then she will be able to get a delay from the bank, a credit vacation, or she would finally get help from the administration, not in word but in deed. Mom, when is Dad coming? Mike asked me. I don't know, Tina answered honestly. Does Grandma know? He continued. Who knows? You can't explain to such a small child that Daddy was in trouble somewhere far away, and that now the details of his fate, a real mystery. When he's older, she'll explain everything. He'd understand everything. Vincent found himself in a huge port city that looked like a junkyard. Ships were everywhere, on the dock, at the dock, or just washed ashore. He didn't even know roughly where they were. The Pirate King was traveling in a yacht, a beautiful one, but not the most luxurious Vincent had seen in his seafaring life. He was put under lock and key, and when he asked for the captain's bridge, one of the guards took up a pistol. Big boss forbid it, he said sternly. You sit down. I don't shoot. It took the yacht 2 days to reach the port city. Her engine was inspected. It ran smoothly, beautifully like clockwork. And since Vince's services weren't in demand, he wasn't treated very well. He was fed only twice, and it looked like leftovers from the boss's table, but there wasn't much to choose from. Now the fact that he hadn't had time to say goodbye to Peter added to the sailor's list of pains. He had gone to meet his fate lightly in the clothes he had been captured in. In the harbor, though, things had gotten a little more comfortable. He was put on a huge repair dock where work was going on day and night. He was given overalls, underwear, flip-flops. Instead of a cabin, a container with 2 bunk beds. It was closely adjacent to the repair area. You could not go anywhere. The first 3 days were no different from his usual work. One was responsible for setting up the electronics, and the other did the hard physical labor of operating a gantry crane. The foreman, that's what he called himself, was obviously a free man. Most of the time he sat in a room on the mezzanine, locked up, and watched his team through the glass. He was only allowed to talk to him on business. To place an order for parts or tools, you had to ring the bell and wait for the master's indulgence. Vince would have loved to talk to the other 2 mechanics who worked at the dock, but they either didn't understand his English and Russian or pretended not to. At least once a week, Big Boss came to them to criticize the repair. Not a spoke to them in a different language. Not a single familiar word. And then he'd go to "No, dude," shouted Big Boss in English. "I'm not feeding you so you can rest here. The job has to be done by morning, you understand?" Vincent sighed. He had to fix machinery all the time. He didn't have to sleep. His palms were already black with oil and his mind was dull. He didn't share the boss's complaints. The mechanic hadn't come across a single mechanism that he couldn't bring back to life. And the pirate's equipment was disgusting. Everything was outdated, worn out, and if it was serviced, it was by amateurs. Helping was good. In the port city, he could find spare parts instantly. In the morning, the master would take a slip of paper where Vince had written the names of the parts he needed with a dirty hand. By lunchtime, or at the latest in the evening, he had the parts. The repair dock was also a makeshift parts warehouse. Someone had dismantled hundreds of machines and put the parts on the shelves, but they were in such disarray that it was difficult to find the right item. And since Vince saw no white light and the days were similar, he lost track of time. How long had he been a prisoner here? It felt like 3 or 4 months, but in reality, it could have been years. He had asked many times to call, to say a word to Tina or his mother, but the pirates had refused. "Why do you want to leave?" Big Boss asked with genuine bewilderment. "Is it bad for you here, with us?" "Oh, my wife and son are waiting for me at home," answered Vince. "Work some more," the pirate urged. "When you're a free man, we'll find you a new wife. She will bear you not 1, but a dozen sons." Vincent learned that the pirate business was not centered on hijacking ships. On the contrary, his new boss had convinced him that they would be moving away from that line of business. The sailor thought that the Tsar simply had no one to discuss his ambitious plans with. He didn't trust his partners, and he was afraid of other captives. He called Vince's friend every time, which didn't stop him from having regular debriefings. Smuggling is our future," he said. But we need reliable ships. And you, dude, you're too slow at repairing them. Too slow. I'm tired of watching you guys work all day long." So let me go," Vince said. "No, you haven't done a tenth of what you owe," Big Boss scolded. "But if you do well, you'll not only be a free man, but a rich one." Vincent sighed and went to work. Here, in the African port city, he was completely disenfranchised, and the sea no longer seemed as desirable to him as it once had. It was close by. He was literally standing on it. All he wanted was to return home to his family and never be parted from her again. Tina wrote to Peter, who promised help, but his reply was disappointing. If she could pay off the bank, the huge sum for her must have been small money for a British man. Besides, he knew Vincent's other co-workers. "Oh, we'll pay it all back," Tina wrote. "I'm sure we will," Peter replied. But we'll have to think about it. It would take time to raise the money. Time was running out. In a week, the court, where the bank will ask to evict her from the apartment. Yes, she can appeal the decision and ask for a stay of execution, but none of that would solve the problem. It would be a few months, a year at the most, when the leverage would be gone. And Tina knew perfectly well that those who would want to take the apartment do not care about both children and mothers. "If only he had somehow gotten in touch," she said. "If he'd even let me know, I wouldn't have dared to do it. I would have waited. Don't make excuses." My mother-in-law replied sharply. "Do whatever you want, Tina. I'm not going to get down on my knees in front of you." There was only one way left. If the court declared Vincent dead, the eviction proceedings would be suspended, and she'd have time to pay off her debt somehow, or she could pack up and go home to her mother. The night before the hearing, they didn't speak. Mike couldn't understand why the two people closest to him weren't talking. He tried to find something for them to do together, to ask them to play, but to no avail. "You didn't have to come," Tina said when she saw her mother-in-law in front of the judge's office. "Of course not." Fiona snapped at her. "I don't want you saying anything. I'm not going to let them evict us." "The eviction case is on hold," Tina sighed. "They're going to hear my application today. If you're here, do as I say." But the mother-in-law stuck her nose up proudly and didn't say a word. The secretary checked their data, checked their passports, and told them to go into the hall. Tina felt confident. She had been to court before, but her mother-in-law was obviously uncomfortable. She was asking questions to the secretary, trying to find out something. What about the judge?" Fiona asked. Was she angry or not? The secretary smiled and answered something neutral. "Of course she is," thought Tina. "You should have lived with her for the last year. I'd like to see you smile." They entered the hall, and within a couple of minutes, a judge in a robe took her place at the table. She was a woman of indeterminate age. She could be either 30 or 50. She, too, clarified their details, explained their rights, and got to the heart of the dispute. "Do you support the application?" she asked the women. "Yes, Your Honor," Tina replied. "Absolutely not," shouted Fiona. The judge tapped her cue stick and admonished her. Fiona genuinely wondered, what had she done wrong? The woman in the robe shifted some papers and began to ask Tina questions. "What does it take to declare Vincent N. dead?" "Your Honor, we are in a difficult financial situation," Tina replied. Declaring him dead will allow us to receive survivors' benefits." "Oh, I see," the judge nodded. Fiona, clarify why you do not support the application." "Oh, because Vincent is alive." "Who?" answered the pensioner. "Oh, when was the last time you spoke to him?" "Or a week ago." Fiona said defiantly. The judge looked at both women expressively. Tina sighed. The most frustrating thing is when the court starts to doubt the veracity of a statement. "I'll give it a week," she said. "There's a fortune teller by the sea." Tina went to her, not even thinking about the possible queue. At the fortune teller's house, there were mostly newcomers waiting, lazily lounging on benches. The woman counted 6 people and wanted to leave, but suddenly the door to the house opened, and the fortune teller appeared on the threshold. She looked at her clientele for a couple of seconds and pointed her finger at Tina. "Me," she said. The fortune teller nodded. Tina walked inside. No one shouted at her back that she had cut in line. Apparently, the laws of ordinary social life did not apply here. Although it was hot and sunny outside, inside in the herbalist's abode, it was dark and cool. There were icons on the walls, which seemed very strange to Tina. Candles burned in the room where the mysterious soothsayer received her clients. All the windows were covered with thick cloth. "What can I tell you, my dear?" he asked the fortune teller, playing cards. After these words, Tina suddenly began to cry. She felt sorry for herself and for Micah and for her mother-in-law, who was completely exhausted because of the disappearance of her beloved son. The fortune teller sighed, but waited patiently for her guest to pull herself together. "So what happened, sweetheart?" She repeated. "My husband," Tina began. "My husband was stolen." "It happens," the fortune teller shrugged. "Do you want me to do the reversal?" "No, he was stolen by men," Tina said. They stole it, you know." "I understand everything," the woman said. "I've been looking at people like you for years. I've been looking and looking and looking, noticing everything." "What do you want, Tina hesitated. If the need brought her here, to the house of the most sought-after fortune teller by the sea, she should ask for something understandable, something that could be checked later. After the tears she'd shed, she suddenly felt funny. Maybe the fortune teller could give her the number of a lucky lottery ticket. "Tell me," Tina said after a pause. "Tell me, is he alive?" The healer sighed and began to shuffle her deck. She laid the cards on the table, and the visitor looked at the images. She saw some man, knives and all. She wondered how she, a woman with a college degree, had decided to ask for help from some "He's alive," the fortune teller answered. "He is languishing inside a cage, either prison or captivity, either a choice or a share." "Is he well?" Tina asked. She suddenly realized what interested her most. The future, whether Vincent would come back to her, and then she could be patient. or he would be lost in a foreign land, and then any action she took would be justified. Oh, the fortune teller sighed. Your husband is healthy, but not quite. He will live, but not as people do. He was sick, but he survived. Oh, will he come back to me? Tina was finally able to ask the question that worried her the most. Yeah, Vince is strong, that's for sure. Even if he were in trouble, weak and feeble, he wouldn't give up. He'd stay with her, cheer her up, and laugh at his own problems. But if he had been near her, and so, in a foreign land, it was unknown whether he would return on principle. The fortune teller suddenly put the cards away and turned on the light. Tina saw her office, not very presentable. There was trash in the corners, candy bar and chip packets, empty bottles. Oh, what does your heart tell you? The fortune teller asked. Tina thought again. Her heart seemed to be silent, that she hasn't asked it anything worthwhile in a long time, just living her life as if she were riding the rails. The son, the mother-in-law, the mortgage in the bank, they're all kind of there, but they all pass over the surface. Is Vince coming back or not? That's when Tina realized she was waiting for him and still loving him. He's right there, she answered. Then go, the fortune teller said. Go and don't scare away my clientele. I can see that you are in trouble, real trouble. How can I help you? I did what I could. I did everything, and what I didn't do, I couldn't. And don't ask questions to the cards. Do you understand me? That morning, for some reason, the master and the two wordless workers were kicked off the docks. Vince was alone, except for the spy with the gun, but he didn't enter the dock. An hour later, Big Boss came in. He seemed kinder than usual today. He didn't even yell at his slave or try to speed him up. No, look, my beauty, said the pirate. The gates opened. Big Boss's yacht entered the repair dock carefully, very slowly. The black-skinned man put the vessel on its keel and brushed the sweat from his forehead. He bowed to the head pirate and jumped onto the bridge. The boss clapped his sidekick on the shoulder, approvingly. Keep it up. We need to check the technical part. Be as careful as with a woman, Big Boss told him. I won't trust my boat to anyone but you. No one will disturb you. Albert will watch and help you. A contract? Oh, give me the phone, the sailor asked. I need to call my wife. The connection doesn't work here, the boss said without blinking an eye. To make a call, you have to go out to sea. Behave well, and tomorrow we will go out together on my beauty. You'll call, I give you my word. The gates of the repair dock closed. Vincent was dead tired of waiting, of being away from his family, of working all the time. He decided it was time to take his fate into his own hands. If only Peter hadn't been so skeptical on the ship, they could have fought off the pirates and thrown them into the sea. Vincent was determined that he could handle one course. I'm on it, the mechanic replied and smiled. Big Boss took that as a sign of favor and clapped him on the shoulder as he had Albert. You guys are gold, said the pirate. You take a good look at the ship and tell me personally what needs to be repaired and what needs to be replaced. And don't discuss what you see with the master. I don't trust him. Together with Albert, Vincent went into the yacht and went down into the engine room. The boat was in excellent condition. It was obvious that the machinery had been serviced by specialists. Only minimal work was required to keep the yacht in the sun. But Vincent, for almost the first time in his life, decided to cheat. Oh, what a nightmare, he said to Albert in English. He understood, but not well. What happened? He asked. The guileless pirate's face was immediately contorted with fear. He was more worried about the condition of the boat than he was about his own life. Look, Vince said, poking at the switch box. This thing could catch fire at any moment. Look how hot it's getting. We need to change something right away. Where to? Albert was surprised. His hand involuntarily went to the holster on his belt. Big Boss didn't say to touch anything. Just to see, relax. The sailor hastened to reassure him. There's plenty of parts. We'll pick the right one and move it around. And if this thing catches fire, do you know what your boss will do to you? Albert found the argument convincing. He went upstairs with the Russian slave and was about to jump to the bridge, but he stopped. The pirate looked at Vincent and gestured forward with an obliging gesture and smiled. After you, he said. The sailor took one broad step over the obstacle and walked toward the warehouse. As he walked, he considered what to do with Albert. He couldn't raise a hand against the man, much less hurt him. Nature had given him a kind, perfectly peaceful night, but his life depended on it. "Help," he asked Albert, pointing to the top shelf. When the black pirate looked in that direction, Vincent slapped him sharply on the forehead and was surprised at his own quickness. It was a move they'd been taught at the academy, but they'd never practiced it before. It was textbook. Albert staggered. Vince picked him up so he wouldn't hit the ground and put him down, took off his gun holster and knife sheath. Then he thought about it and tied his hands and feet in his trademark nautical knot. Then he tied his mouth shut too. Overcoming fear and overriding his own conscience, Vince patted his prisoner's pockets. His cell phone. He unlocked it. According to the smartphone, the connection was excellent. At first, he wanted to look at the time, but then he realized he was in December 11th. He had spent 6 months in captivity. A terrible. Then the mechanic turned on geolocation to see where he was. Whistled. It was 200 nautical knots to a relatively safe place. But if he carefully steps out on the water, turns off the transponder, and moves slowly, he may well get away. It was his only chance. When darkness fell, Vince opened the repair dock gate and started the boat's engine. Big Boss still hadn't shown up. Maybe he was waiting for a call from Albert, or maybe he'd gone out. He was the real king here, so he could have all the advantages. Vince backed up. Slowly, carefully began to pull out of the dock. He put on the small forward gear, picked a direction, and went at minimum speed. The shore was glowing with lights and looked like a harbor town from a distance. Vince was getting farther and farther away, pleased with his luck, adding speed. Why hadn't he realized this before? He knew how to drive a boat like this. It was no more difficult for him than driving a car. And when the yacht had already left the dock at a decent distance, the sailor heard shooting and noise. The voices were clearly directed at him. Vincent turned the engine to maximum and began to pray. Their apartment was unusually quiet that evening. No shouting, no swearing. Tina walked over to her mother-in-law and put her hand on her shoulder. "Or, Softiana," she said, "I'm so guilty, you have no idea." "Oh, what happened?" Her mother-in-law asked. She felt a burning sense of shame herself. How quickly their perfect family was gone. "I also feel that he's alive, and that he'll be back soon." Fiona brightened. She had been wrong to doubt her grandson's mother. A good girl, just with a claim. "Faith, oh, Tina," the grandmother replied. "We've made a lot of trouble. So much we've done that we can't even clear it up in a year." "He'll come back," Tina said with conviction. I know. I can feel it." There were so many other things she wanted to say. That she would raise the money to pay off her bank debt. That she would never leave this town where she had known the joy of motherhood. And that their family would be preserved and become a model family. But a phone call brought her out of her thoughts. She looked at the phone. A long, long number, obviously foreign. Could it be that Peter had collected the money and was calling? How on earth was she going to talk to him? Be that as it may. Tina swiped the phone. "Hello," she said. "Me, Tina." Heard a familiar voice. "Tina, it's Vince." "Tina, I'm coming home. Do you hear me?"
Kristen ran home, opened the door, and found herself in the dark silence of the hallway. She realized with secret relief that it seemed like no one was home, which meant she would have time to cook dinner. As usual, throwing her bag on the nightstand, she kicked off her shoes and moved towards the kitchen. But before reaching it, she suddenly stopped, waved her hand, and abruptly changing direction, entered the room. She sat down on the sofa, leaned back, and closed her eyes with pleasure. How good it is to just sit down and do nothing for at least a while. Kristen suddenly clearly realized how tired she was. This was not the kind of fatigue that any person experiences after a hard day of work, some task requiring physical exertion, or, for example, after a sleepless night. Kristen's fatigue was somehow endless, hopeless, overwhelming. And if she could get rid of the first one by simply resting and speaking out, then it was still unclear what she should do with her feelings. Her whole life in the last few years had been like an endless race in a circle. Housework, work, Andrew, child. In general, everything was familiar, ordinary, like everyone else. Millions of women live in exactly the same way, but no one considers this something special, does not lament the injustice in women's lot, or complains about fate. Take, for example, her best, in fact, if you look at it, her only friend since school. Her position is the head of the legal department of a huge commercial company with a bunch of people subordinate to her. Of course, the salary is more than decent, but the responsibility is scary to think about. And not only for yourself, but also for others. By the way, there are 3 children and a husband. Or, as Helen jokingly calls him, my eldest child, hinting at some immaturity of her dear person. At home, Helen fundamentally does everything herself, although it is unclear when and how she gets everything done, given the size of their apartment, the presence in it of 3 teenagers, a large dog and a scientist husband, a man, to put it mildly, not practical. How, despite all this, she managed to maintain her blooming appearance and cheerful disposition from year to year was a huge mystery to everyone. For everyone except Lena, who, flashing a smile, told Kristen, I've been telling you the same thing for many years, you need to love and respect yourself. Understand, Kristen brushed aside her friend's words, considering it a hackneyed and meaningless phrase. She believed that she certainly respected herself. Just how can this feeling help her to do everything, and most importantly, to feel as easy and calm, to be as humanly happy as the same Helen? She didn't understand. Well, from tomorrow a completely different life begins. And she herself, Kristen, a 33-year-old woman who just a few years ago, no one had ever given her age, and now looking 50 years old, will never be the same. She will be fine. Kristen was raised by her mother. The girl did not remember her father. As her mother, whose name was Anne, later told her, he fell ill and died suddenly when Kristen was not yet 2 years old. Life turned out so that they had no one else in the world except each other. Mom, having buried her husband, did not even try to arrange her personal life anymore and devoted herself entirely to her daughter. Her whole life and every moment of it were devoted to the child. The girl's health from birth was poor. She was frankly behind her peers in height and energy. She was often sick, and Anne spent her first few years in constant fear that something terrible and irreparable was about to happen to her daughter. Mother, you cannot do it this way. An elderly pediatrician who had been observing Kristen since birth ironically reprimanded her. You will go crazy before your Kristen goes to school. For example, now a girl has a common cold, and you are panicking. As if we have identified a terrible infection in your child. Having matured a little, Kristen became stronger and almost caught up with the children of her age. And yet she still remained fragile, touching and defenseless. She spoke little, and almost always kept her head slightly lowered. And her favorite pastime from early childhood was drawing. Anna had no education other than school. She worked as a cloakroom attendant in the city theater, and of course their family did not have much money left. While Kristen was little, this did not affect her life in any way. On the contrary, she considered her mother's work to be the best, because the girl could watch all the performances for free. And the New Year holidays with successive children's performances, which she watched one after another, not paying attention to the repeating plots of the same characters, generally turned into a continuous holiday for her. What is unimportant and invisible to a baby looks completely different to a teenager. Growing up, Kristen, of course, could not help but notice that she was the worst in the class. She was poorly dressed. She had the oldest briefcase, a gift from one of the neighbors. And in physical education class, she wore the funniest sneakers, the kind you can only see in old photographs, and not sneakers like everyone else. She watched in amazement as her classmates defiantly threw money out of their pockets in front of each other, showed off their belongings, and discussed family trips to seaside resorts and the upcoming holidays. Despite this, it never occurred to Kristen to blame her mother for anything. She saw that she was doing everything she could for her daughter. She just could do very little. Her health failed her at times. Small, thin, she, giving her growing daughter an extra, sweeter piece, lived practically from hand to mouth, and from year to year wore the same drafty coat and boots, the soles of which had long lead in everything they stepped on. And what only the soul holds on to. So skinny. The neighbors shook their heads, watching Anne as she always hurried somewhere. But what Kristen understood and patiently endured, her peers could not understand and tolerate. With the harshness and cruelty characteristic of many teenagers, they hurled vile words in her direction, at first in a whisper, not really understanding the inadmissibility of this. But with age they did it more and more consciously. At the beginning of the next school year, the class in which Kristen studied was supposed to go on an excursion to a neighboring city. The guys were, of course, excited about the upcoming trip and heatedly discussed it and made plans. One of the points of the program was a visit to the opera and ballet theater famous throughout the country, Kristen, who has loved theatrical performances since childhood, was looking forward to this particular event with special interest and already knew the theater's repertoire and the schedule of performances by heart. We should go to this theater, discussed the guys, who for the most part were not delighted with the attempts to introduce them to high art. It would be better if we went to the zoo. What is there to even see? Who knows what we will watch? Carmen Kristen suddenly announced with unusual excitement. Her voice sounded unexpectedly loud, and everyone turned in her direction. Are you planning to go too? Suddenly Kristen asked the most beautiful, by everyone's own opinion, girl in the class, Sarah. Kristen looked around hauntedly and felt her ears begin to burn. Ugh. You will disgrace us in front of everyone, said Sarah. I can imagine what you will wear to the theater. Probably in that terrible sundress, knitted, with flowers, which you wore on March 8th. By the way, if you think this is festive clothing, then I want to disappoint you. This is clothing for a stuffed animal. Why did you go and take off that sundress from him? Kristen felt tears boiling in her eyes. She lowered her head low, and a warm drop fell on her hand. You better shut up, princess. Suddenly a ringing voice was heard in the class, which easily drowned out the disgusting sycophantic giggles of the children. Otherwise, you yourself won't be able to go anywhere, because I will spank you. You will sit at home and change lotions on your black eye. Understood? Kristen wiped her eyes and raised her head in front of Lara. With her fists on her sides, stood a girl named Helen. Everyone knew better than to mess with her. Not only has she been seriously involved in some type of martial arts for a long time and can easily beat not only Sarah, but also any of the boys, but she also has a brother, Victor, who studies in high school. And everyone again knows that Victor is the guy is athletic, serious and authoritative. What are you doing? Sarah asked in amazement. Are you standing up for this scarecrow? You yourself, scarecrow, she retorted. And in general, if anyone comes to her again or says something nasty, they will have to deal with me, okay? Thank you, Kristen said quietly, getting closer to her unexpected intercessor at the next break. What? Helen asked. What are you muttering there? I don't understand. And anyway, why do you always talk as if you're going to die? I'm saying. Kristen took a deep breath and spoke louder. Thank you for helping me. Oh, nonsense, Helen waved it off. Sarah should have been put in her place a long time ago. My mistress too. She became completely insolent. Yes, and it's your own fault. Why are you silent? You always endure like some kind of sheep. Do you like being insulted? And anyway, why are you some kind of orphan? And I am an orphan. Kristen laughed quietly. Well, that is half. I only have my mother. Oh, excuse me, please, Kristen. Helen was confused. I haven't paid attention to such little things for a long time. Well, anyway, thank you again for standing up for me. Kristen nodded and turned to leave and sit at the last desk, where she almost always sat alone. Hey, you wait. Helen moved decisively after her. Come on, you will sit with me now. Like this? Kristen was confused. But Oleg is sitting with you. Just think, Oleg is sitting. It's okay. It means he'll change seats. Oleg, Helen barked at the whole class, turning to one of her classmates. Quickly pull yourself together and go to the last desk. Her eyesight is poor. She needs to sit closer to the board. From that day on, Kristen's life, at least at school, changed dramatically. She no longer felt like an outcast, and people began to greet her. At first, stuttering, forced, with an eye on the omnipresent Helen, and then simply and habitually, because this is normal. Kristen has become a much better student. It turned out that she has an excellent memory. But the most important thing is that everyone learned about her talent. To the first secret, and then obvious admiration of her class, it turned out that she draws incredibly well. Kristen has even changed in appearance for the better. She stopped clenching herself as she had done before, as if trying to be as inconspicuous as possible. And then, to everyone's amazement, it turned out that Kristen was actually very good at something. Anna inherited from her mother fragility, grace, good, thick, slightly curly hair, dark brown, slightly red, long eyelashes, and beautiful, even white teeth, which everyone finally saw after their owner began to smile. All this became very noticeable in high school. Ellen never gave up on anything halfway, and having taken a kind of patronage over Kristen, she did not limit herself to forcing the class to accept Kristen and begin to treat her normally. A few days after the memorable conversation, She dragged her new friend to her home. Then she introduced her classmate to her parent. "Mom, let's give her my jeans." "Well, those that didn't bother me after the summer." "Well, maybe there's more." Her mother, looking at her compassionate child with a smile, turned her eyes to thin Kristen. She knew the girl, of course. "I heard about her difficult fate and the cheerful life of her small family." "Yes, please, I don't mind," she nodded. "But if Kristen herself doesn't mind, of course, bring the jeans. And remember, if you don't stop eating so much bread, you'll soon be able to give Kristen all your clothes." "Come on," Kristen Helen mumbled, thrusting almost new pants into Kristen's hands. "They're just lying there anyway. And what do you give me for this?" "Well, I don't know, I came up with an idea. You will draw my portrait." By her senior year, things were looking up for Kristen. Helen's efforts and care showed, and Kristen herself became a completely different person. Soon, the highlight of the school exhibition were ironic drawings and cartoons by Kristen, in which the children recognized themselves and each other with delight and amazement. After this, Kristen became, if not a star, then at least a person whose unconditional abilities were recognized by everyone at school. In addition, she is the class beauty of the class. Kristen's longtime follower, Sarah, suddenly became covered with teenage acne, and Kristen, on the contrary, blossomed with some special, subtle, translucent girlish beauty that not everyone notices, but which cannot be forgotten once you see it. After graduating from school, Kristen entered art school. The girl had no prior preparation. However, during the creative exam, Kristen, fulfilling the examiner's assignment, really shined and was accepted. "You are very gifted," one of the admissions committee members told her. "You have an amazing innate sense of composition and color. But you have poor technical skills and are not at all prepared in terms of theory. You need to work a lot and read in your specialty, dear girl. Well, for example, let's take this portrait from your portfolio. It is, of course, very interesting in the manner of execution, but at the same time it contains a lot of mistakes." Well, look, the teacher launched into long, lengthy analyses of her work. By the way, a portrait of Lena. And Kristen listened to her work with delight. "How can he even judge my portrait if he has never seen me? The portrait is awesome. Everyone says this, see, it looks like me. Well, just like a photograph, only 100 times better. I've never looked good in photos, but here it's so great." Helen, he wasn't talking about the similarity, but about technical errors. But, you know, the composition itself, proportions, light and shade, plasticity. "Oh, okay, don't bother me with all this. I still won't understand anything. You draw just great." Kristen enjoyed studying at school and drew every free minute of her life. Helen, with her characteristic practicality, declared that not everyone can be great creators. Someone needs to earn money, and she entered the university to study law. The girls, of course, saw each other much less frequently than when they were at school, but they still constantly maintained friendly relations. Kristen felt more than just gratitude towards Helen for the fact that her friend had once, in fact, completely changed her life. She saw Helen as an older sister, and the latter, on the contrary, having taken part in the fate of a school outcast several years ago, was sincerely proud of her friend and perceived her as the younger sister she never had. Things were going very well for Kristen at school. She was really talented. Her work was noted as one of the best. And after a couple of years, they started talking about her as a young artist with her own style. "You see, girl," the elderly teacher who was their course leader explained to her with inspiration, "an artist is not someone who can draw a cat or a tree exactly as it looks in reality or in a photograph. This is not an artist. This is a copying machine. And an artist is someone who lives in his own world and knows how to show this world to others with light, form, and strokes. Here you have it, this sketch, for example. God knows how you managed to make me see an old man here." Kristen laughed along with the teacher and meticulously looked at the sheet from which, framed by gray hair swaying in the wind, the prickly, stern gaze of a wise elderly man peered into her. Time fled, and my studies at the school quickly ended. She received a diploma as an artist teacher, and with it a complete lack of understanding of what to do next. At the graduation ceremony, the rector told her, "Well, you are perhaps one of our most talented students in recent times. But unfortunately, in modern times, this is not enough. You need opportunities, time, a workshop, tools, materials. Yes, in general, to become an artist, you need money, no matter how bad it may sound. And to become a great artist, you need a lot of money." The man paused and sighed heavily. "Still, I wish you success." Maybe not now, later, someday, but your gift certainly deserves it." Hearing this was both pleasant and scary at the same time. But Kristen didn't want to think about her fate yet. She was young, beautiful, happy, and all the thoughts of her and her former classmates were occupied with their graduation evening. They decided to celebrate their graduation at the highest level, in a fashionable nightclub. Mom gave her daughter silver earrings. They were made in the form of the thinnest leaves, which intertwined with each other and ended in an elegant flower with a small diamond in the center. Mom, what a miracle. Kristen took a long time to come to her senses and didn't even realize right away. "How are you?" "Where did you get the money?" Anne finished asking her daughter. "Well, honey, your mother is not such a loser that she couldn't save up for a gift for her only girl." Kristen's nose stung and her eyes itched. And then Kristen put on her dress, prepared for going out to the club, and now it was Anne's turn to sigh in admiration and wipe her eyes. Only she did it without hiding, and without hiding her happy tears. The dress was extraordinary, very simple, straight, with almost no details. It was made of elastic, but at the same time dense fabric. The dress fit her figure like a glove, creating a silhouette of incredible beauty and femininity. The rather deep cutout on the back was absolutely breathtaking. The color of the fabric was in great harmony with the loose, light chestnut curls, and the light, barely noticeable makeup only emphasized the calm, somehow unusual, as if a little not modern, and this made it even more attractive, beauty of the girl. When Kristen appeared among her classmates, everyone simply gasped. She read undisguised admiration in the guy's eyes. But many girls looked at her with poorly concealed envy. All these sensations were completely unusual for Kristen, and made her head spin no less than the light wine that the waiter periodically poured into her. The party was in full swing. The music and conversations became louder, faces became hotter, and the behavior of those around them became freer. Many of the guys went dancing, and Kristen, who had never been to this kind of place before, watched with curiosity what was happening on the dance floor. "Can I bother you?" She heard a man's voice above her. Kristen raised her head. A young man stood in front of her. With the tenacious gaze of an artist, she instantly took in all the details, noted the harmonious facial features, figure, neatly styled blonde hair, and most importantly, incredibly beautiful hands with long fingers and surprisingly graceful wrists for a man. She immediately drew attention to his hands, because the man was holding in them an amazingly beautiful, blooming rose on a long stem. How beautiful, the girl burst out completely involuntarily. "It is for you." He handed her a flower, a beautiful rose for the most beautiful girl in the club. "Well, why are you embarrassed, Kristen?" "No need. After all, it turns out that I begged her from you. How can I put it?" It turns out he laughed cheerfully. "Although no, of course I brought it just for you as a bribe." "Bribery?" she asked again incomprehensibly. "Yes, bribery." The guy smiled. His smile was extremely charming. I immediately wanted to smile back. "I just thought that if I tried to give you a flower and you accepted it, it would be awkward for you to refuse me the dance. I'll take the rose from you, but I still won't go dancing." "But why?" He looked really and truly upset. "You don't like me at all." "Not at all, not a bit. And you can't even stand me for one dance?" "No, why? You are very pretty. I just don't know how to dance at all." "Well, not a bit. Moreover." The conversation that took place between them under the roar of club music was, of course, a simple and light track, without any pretensions to content. It was a non-binding conversation between a guy and a girl. They were a little inspired by the atmosphere, music, drinking, youth, and freedom. Kristen, for the first time feeling so liberated about her attractiveness and femininity, the power of all this over men, did not recognize herself at all. It seemed that there were no barriers, no conventions, no obligations, nothing that would prevent her from cheerfully chatting about anything with this terribly handsome guy, saying words that a few hours ago she would have been embarrassed to even think. "I can't do that either," the guy waved his hand. "You know, there's another establishment not far from here. It's very decent. It has a completely different atmosphere and wonderful live music. Perhaps you would agree to continue the evening there? I invite you, please do not refuse. You know, today is my birthday. It so happened that I was left alone. If you would agree to sit with me for a while, it would be the best gift for me. Please." He folded his hands in some kind of prayerful gesture, and Kristen once again involuntarily noted their grace. She looked around uncertainly. Many of the former students were already pretty tipsy. Until recently, the funny crowd had broken up into couples and groups, and one could be sure that hardly anyone would notice its disappearance. She looked again at her new acquaintance. He was so attractive, dressed in a white shirt, black trousers, and a formal jacket. He stood out among the drunken denim crowd, like a noble hare among mules. But most importantly, he looked at her with such admiration, and this look excited her so much that her legs lifted Kristen from the table. "Well, even though I don't understand what's going on and why I'm behaving this way, I agree," she said. "Thank you." The guy's eyes darkened. He gallantly pulled his hand away and offered it to Kristen. "Oh, wait." She suddenly stopped and laughed. "What is this, really? I'm almost ready to go with you to God knows where, and I don't even know your name." "Sorry, it's my fault. I lost my head." He smiled sweetly and spread his arms, bowing playfully. "Let me introduce myself, Andrew." "Kristen." She curtsied. "Well, everyone, it seems like all the formalities have been completed. Let's go." He suddenly took her hand and quickly, as if fearing that they would be stopped, walked towards the exit. They were sitting in a small, cozy restaurant, which, after the roar and hustle and bustle of the club, felt unusually good. A wonderful tea rose stood in a vase with water. Kristen looked over the flower at Andrew, and she wanted this night to never end. "You promised me a dance," he suddenly said and extended his hand. "And you promised to teach me how to dance," she answered. His hand lay softly and tenderly on her waist. She put her hands on his shoulders and felt happy. Apparently, he sensed the moment and gently pulled her towards him. She took a deep breath. "You know, I have to go." Kristen literally forced herself to say these words. "Why did I somehow offend you?" He tried to look into the girl's eyes. No, what are you talking about? Everything was amazing. It was a wonderful evening, maybe the best of my life. But it's already very late. But I will see you again. He persistently tried to catch her eye. "I don't know, I'm not sure if this is necessary. Maybe it's not worth it. Just let everything remain as it is." "Andrew, you are a wonderful guy. I had a very good time with you today. Happy birthday." Kristen stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the cheek. She approached the exit but could not stand it and turned around. Andrew sat at the table, looking after her in confusion. She laughed joyfully, returned, and stroked his hair. "Write down my phone number." It was incredibly easy for her. Everything seemed simple and natural. For the first time in her life, she simply did what she wanted without thinking about how right or decent it was. They started meeting every day. They walked around the city, sat on benches in the park, rowed a boat on the old pond, ate cakes in small summer cafes. "We're going to a restaurant this evening," he suddenly declared. "You should wear that amazing dress you wore to your prom." "Why is that?" Kristen was surprised. "Because today is our anniversary. It's been exactly a week since we met," Andrew solemnly announced. At first she laughed, but then realized that he was completely serious. And again there was a beautiful rose in a crystal glass, light wine and a gentle melody, Andrew's hands on her back and shoulders. "I was wrong when I told you that you were the most beautiful girl in the club," he whispered. That is, she was amazed, despite the bliss that overwhelmed her. "Are you trying to say that I'm not that good?" "I just want to say that you are the most beautiful girl in the world." What woman doesn't want to hear such words? Who among them can stand against them? They spent the night together. In a small but cozy apartment, Andrew. She woke up first and lay there for a long time, not believing what happened to her, trying to realize herself a completely new, different, alien, unfamiliar woman. Andrew was sleeping soundly, and Kristen was looking at him, afraid to move and frighten away the feeling of peace and happiness that covered her in a warm wave. He was lying on the edge of the bed, turned on his side. A dark lock of hair covered his face and hung over the edge of the sofa. He put his other hand under his cheek, and his long fingers tangled in his hair. Kristen quietly made her way to get the album and pencil that were always in her bag. Taking them and trying not to make noise, she sat down in a chair. The drawing appeared on the paper easily and quickly, but still she was not finished yet. Andrew stirred and opened his eyes. "What are you doing?" he said, seeing her concentrated face. "I'm drawing the most beautiful fingers I've ever seen," Kristen smiled. "Fingers?" Andrew asked in amazement and jumped up from the sofa and approached the girl. What other fingers? Come on, show me. Why fingers? Is this the only thing attractive about me? You have very beautiful hands. No, really. I noticed it immediately as soon as I saw you for the first time there, in the club. Come on, stop it, you'll say the same. I have stupid hands, small like a girl's. Mom says that such hands are a shame for a man. Although everything about you really seems beautiful. Damn, this is just great. You are a real artist. Let me kiss you urgently for this. Come on, look at me. Helen, whom Kristen had not seen for several weeks, and looked at her friend with surprise. Listen, what's wrong with you? You're just glowing. Kristen, admit it, what's going on? Fell in love or what? Helen said the last phrase just like that, without thinking, and froze when she saw Kristen nodding vigorously, her eyes shining in her smile. Wow, Helen said slowly. Are you with a man? I thought this would never happen. So what, he's one of your crazy ones? Shaggy artist. Will you eat one briquette of instant noodles a day for 2 and draw imperishable masterpieces? No, Kristen laughed. He's not one of us. He's completely different. Wonderful, gentle, smart. In general, it's clear. The best. A friend finished for her. And when will I be introduced to this miracle of miracles? I just really want to look at the prince. You know, in recent years I have been seeing horses more and more. By this time, Helen had been married to her classmate for 3 years and was raising little sons, twins. She and her husband truly loved each other. The sons, of course, were adored. The phrase about horses was most likely intended to emphasize the heroic build of her men. Soon Helen and Andrew met. He was polite, reserved, and seemed a little afraid. She carefully probed him with her gaze and her trademark irony. Well, what can I tell you? Helen hugged her friend by the shoulders and looked into her eyes. You love him. It's obvious, and you're happy. Here he is. You know, it seemed to me. Oh, okay, everything will be fine. I am so happy for you. Summer was ending. The best summer in Kristen's life was spent with her loved one. Kristen went to work at an art school and began teaching drawing to children of all ages. The business was, of course, not entirely profitable, but it brought Kristen a lot of pleasure. Every day, ideas for future paintings of my own raced through my head, and my folders were swelling with sketches. Mom looked in surprise at her daughter, who was either singing songs desperately and out of tune, or spinning around the room like a little girl, and sometimes she was just sitting on a small loggia, raising her face to the soft autumn sun, smiling happily. One September evening, Andrew came in looking somewhat excited. It took Kristen a long time to gain control of his spirit, his words, and finally spoke. Kristen, in general, I told my family about you. You probably remember, I told you I was not born here, I'm from. He said the name of a large village 50 kilometers from the city. I have a large family, father, mother, grandfather, 2 uncles, 3 aunts. And this, mind you, I'm not talking about their wives and husbands. Despite the tension, Andrew suddenly laughed, obviously imagining his numerous relatives. I also have 2 sisters and a younger brother. I have never counted my cousins, but there are even more of them. In general, I'm from a camp, he joked, having finished listing family members. Kristen listened with amazement about the family. She had no one in the world except her mother, and she simply could not imagine what it was like to have so many relatives. Listen, you are a happy person, she said, to have so many relatives who love you. Well, they want to get to know you, you know. And I promised that we would come next Saturday. But you know, I have to warn you, my mother. Well, how can I explain it to you? She is so very domineering. She loves everything to be the way she wants. Well, she was very surprised when I told about the fact that we are together, that you and I have a relationship. And she, of course, has a lot of questions at once, both about you and in general, you know. Understand. It seems Kristen smiled cheerfully, although inside, to be honest, everything was shaking. And most likely, I am not at all the option that she wants for you. Well, what does this have to do with it? Andrew exclaimed. Whether Mom wants it or not, it doesn't matter. Well, or rather not really. Of course it doesn't. He was completely confused in his explanations, became confused, fell silent and looked pitifully at Kristen. Okay, I understand everything. Well, in fact, I understand perfectly well that I am not the most enviable option. Any mother in your place would not be very happy with such a girl for her son. You know, if I were your mother, I wouldn't even let someone like me on the threshold." Kristen laughed, trying to make fun of Andrew's excitement and her own fear of meeting his family. Finally, the day appointed for the trip arrived. Kristen brought herself to an extreme state of anxiety with anticipation and did not sleep all night the night before she was tormented by the question how to dress. Do I need to wear makeup and do my hair? What will they think if she appears, so to speak, in a simple way? He'll say he doesn't respect us at all, so he needs to be on parade. What if they think she came to show off? When they ask about her family, maybe they can somehow remain silent and not talk too much about it. Lord, why did she agree to this trip? On the other hand, sooner or later she will have to meet his family if she wants to be with Andrew, and she really wants to. Her friend calmed her down, advising her to calm down. You can't show them any weakness, otherwise they'll quickly sit on your neck. I would like to go with you, Helen. Kristen finished dreamily, imagining what a meeting with Andrew's relatives could turn into with the participation of a friend in the role of her lawyer. She laughed merrily. As always, Lena's reasoning worked flawlessly. Kristen calmed down and met Andrew, who was following her, with a smile. "Well, are you ready?" he asked. "No," she answered honestly. "Kristen, just don't worry, okay? The main thing is that everything goes more or less smoothly with Mom. Everyone else will like you, I'm sure." Andrew muttered and was embarrassed, realizing that he was not saying at all what was needed. And he himself is worried, it seems, even more than Kristen. Kristen and Andrew arrived in the village and, excited, like first graders before their first lesson in their lives, holding hands, they entered the big house. They were really expected, because the spacious living room with huge windows was full of people. Some of them pretended to be doing something, but the majority were not lying. Frankly, and with curiosity, they looked at the chosen one. At first glance, it was clear who exactly was the center of public opinion here. A tall, plump woman of about 50, with a high, carefully styled hairstyle, stood up to meet them. Varnished hair, lips thickly painted with red lipstick, heavy earrings with large red stones, and an equally huge pendant around her neck. A dress made of shiny fabric with an overly bright pattern. All this, of course, was not modern and old-fashioned, but it was, nevertheless, very suitable for this woman. Kristen immediately realized at first sight that this was Andrew's mother, a woman on whom her fate seems to largely depend. Barbara Black was, in every sense of the word, a woman of considerable merit. For many years she worked as the chief accountant of the big vegetable plant, supplying several surrounding cities with fresh vegetables and herbs. The farm was really large and very troublesome, and in order to maintain order in it, one had to have a strong character and determination, great professional knowledge and basic endurance. Barbara possessed all these qualities to the fullest. She always knew about everything that happened at the plant. It doesn't matter what kind of area we were talking about, garages, farming, or the financial service directly subordinate to it. She decisively and with equal firmness dealt with negligent employees, unscrupulous suppliers, or late-paying customers. "We need Barbara in the government," the workers laughed. Just as decisively and confidently as at work, Barbara handled household chores. How, with such a workload at work, she managed to keep the house and large household plot in perfect order, one could only guess. However, she had no shortage of help, given the large size of her family. Andrew was born third in their family after 2 girls. One of the sisters was already married and expecting a baby, and the second lived with her parents and cursed the garden, which needed care. The mother, as it seemed to her, loved her son more in her soul than the other children. For some reason, the long-awaited boy was especially dear to her. She always dreamed of some special destiny for him, and of course it was hardly possible to find this fate here, in their native, albeit in a fairly large and prosperous village. Therefore, she willingly supported her son when he announced his desire to study and live in the city after school. After working at the plant for many years, Barbara and Ben, as Andrew's father was called, saved enough to buy their son a small but quite decent apartment. Andrew graduated from college, received an engineering degree, and got a job. Barbara's appearance suited her character, tall, with large features, which almost always had an expression of determination and confidence in her rightness. With all her appearance, she seemed to be saying to those around her, "So it's like this. Point 1, I'm right. Point 2, if I'm wrong." Look at point 1, Barbara had a rather full and wide figure. But in some amazing way, all this did not give the impression of excess weight, but seemed to be a manifestation of strength, solidity. All that remained was to add to this a loud, well-produced voice, from which the repairman, taken by surprise, dropped their wrenches on the floor. It was precisely such a remarkable lady in every sense of the word that Kristen was destined to like. And yet this village iron businesswoman had one weak point. She loved her husband Ben very much. And this love was mutual. They have been together for more than 30 years. They have gone through difficulties, illnesses, the birth of children, joys and sorrows. And yet they retained some kind of reverent, tender feeling for each other, more likely to be characteristic of a young boy and girl than of 50-year-old parents of 4 children who have begun to turn gray. Ben worked as a chief mechanic at the same plant. He and his wife were jokingly called the Black Mafia. But at the same time, absolutely everyone recognized that both Barbara and Ben took their places completely deservedly and fairly. Ben has long gotten used to his wife's difficult character. I learned to adapt to him, and if necessary, to tame Barbara's temper. She heard only him when it seemed impossible to reach her. She recognized the unconditional authority of her husband, and although she could not deny herself the pleasure of arguing and defending her point of view, she certainly took her husband's opinion into account. Kristen enjoyed her openly appraising gaze and smiled. The smile turned out pitiful and forced. Hello she didn't say, she rather squeaked. In response, she heard, hello, hello, dear guests. Finally, you brought your mysterious stranger to us. Hello, Kristen. Come in. You're welcome. A short, gray-haired man with kind eyes stepped forward. He was very similar to Andrew. He smiled warmly and welcomingly, and Kristen immediately became much calmer. Oh, Andrew looks like him, Kristen finally realized. So this is his dad. My dear son. Finally, he deigned to come and check on us. Barbara finally opened her lips, decisively pushed her husband away, and, as if not noticing Kristen standing next to her, hugged Andrew. Mom, meet me. This is Kristen, he said when he was finally able to emerge from his mother's strong embrace. That's what I understood, said the woman with the face of a queen. Well, let me look at you. Kristen felt that this look was literally breaking her into molecules. Judging by the expression on her face, Barbara didn't particularly like what she saw. True, there were no comments from her. She just took a deep breath. With the rest of the family, everything went much easier and simpler. For the most part, people were friendly and talked with the girl sincerely and with pleasure. She learned many facts about his childhood and youth, and heard somewhat humorous warnings that Andrew was a womanizer. I got acquainted with photographs where he was a baby, still an infant, and sat without clothes, without anything at all. In general, everything was quite fun and positive, if not for the periodically felt glance of Barbara. Then there was a long, plentiful feast, during which they tried to cram a year's worth of food into Kristen. Oh, how great, suddenly one of the sisters exclaimed, snatching a napkin from under Kristen's hand. Kristen did not notice how he sketched a portrait of one of the aunts sitting opposite on a piece of paper. These are living people. Look. Oh, and you're an artist. And draw me. Please. Kristen spent the rest of the evening drawing pictures of those present and receiving admiring reviews. Finally, the endless day came to an end. But okay, that's enough. Let's finish this gathering. Let's all go home. Tomorrow is a hard day. Get up early and get to work, said Barbara. For what work? Andrew asked in surprise. Tomorrow is Sunday. Wait, I thought we would go to the lake, show Kristen our forest, apiary, and generally take a walk, go to a barbecue. How is it? For what work? What barbecue and lake? The mother looked angrily at her son. As far as I can see, you have become quite a city person. You don't think or remember anything at all. We'll dig potatoes tomorrow, Andrew. Well, Mom, what kind of potatoes? We've come to visit. So what? Now will you order us to die of hunger in the winter because of this? We, son, have our own schedule. We have no time for rest now. No, of course, no one is forcing you. Helping us is up to you. Please go for a walk and eat our kebabs. And we have things to do. The woman, looking offended, rose from the table and left the room. For some reason, Kristen's ears lit up. Of course, we must help. True, I have never dug potatoes, but I think it's not that difficult. I'll handle it. She showed a playful look of fear on her face. Kristen, what do you mean help? There's work there all day. Dad, he turned to his father. But I completely forgot about these damn potatoes. You could have warned me. I wouldn't have brought IRA with me. If I came alone, I would bring her next time. Andrew looked at his father reproachfully. Yes, to be honest, I forgot about this damn harvest. I just don't understand why you're so upset. Well, really, as a child, you don't know your mother, do you? Don't pay attention, Ben waved his hand. Well, of course, don't pay attention. When my mother accused me of parasitism in front of everyone, this meat won't go down my throat now. Kristen is hooked. Well, if so, then go with all of us, work there for an hour, and then take my car and leave from there. The father winked at his son, and at the same time his face suddenly looked younger and became somehow boyish. At this moment, father and son were especially similar to each other. Early in the morning, the whole family in several cars was ready to leave. You are going? Well, that's good, son. Barbara looked at her son with a smile, again pretending not to notice Kristen standing next to her. The girl involuntarily noted this. We really need extra male hands. My father is not going. He was urgently called to the plant. We have a serious breakdown there, but he left you the car and said that you agreed on this. For what? Unclear. Barbara shrugged. Andrew winked at Kristen, put his arm around her shoulders and led her to the car. After a few hours spent in the field, Kristen began to feel as if she had always been here and had never seen anything in her life, and would never see anything again, except brown, yellowish and red tubers. By the second break, everything hurt her neck, back, legs, knees, which endlessly bent and unbent, even her fingers, each joint of which throbbed painfully. But she tried not to show it, and, overcoming the ache in her lower back, courageously carried the buckets, which seemed increasingly heavier. Andrew, why do you need so many potatoes? Kristen asked in a whisper, sadly looking around the huge fields and realizing that he couldn't see the edge or end. Listen, to be honest, I never understood this myself. Please forgive me for these damn potatoes. This is just some kind of setup. Come on, it's okay, she muttered, pouring another portion of the Black family's strategic food supply into the pile. Come on, let's go, Andrew begged her several times. My father left me a car. We'll just leave. Nobody will notice. Nobody will notice. Nobody. Your mother? Kristen asked ironically. Well, Mom, of course, will notice, the guy laughed. Of course he will notice, Kristen thought to herself. She just watches me. Without stopping, sooner or later everything ends. Even what seemed endless. The damn potato field is over. Well, city people, thank you for any help, said Barbara. We could manage, of course. Mom, stop it. Andrew stopped his mother, who seemed to be able to explain to Kristen that no one really needed her help, and it was stupid to expect gratitude from her. Why do you rush to her defense all the time, like a cat to a chicken? Honestly, it's downright funny. Am I some kind of monster? Barbara suddenly became offended. Go help me load the shovels into the car, otherwise we'll forget them on the field again, as always. And Kristen and I will stand here and finally talk about our own things. About women's things. Andrew looked at the women uncertainly, and noticing that Kristen nodded, slowly walked towards the car. Well, okay. Now let's get serious, Barbara said after a very long pause. So long that Kristen managed to calm down, get scared, and come to her senses again. Tell me this, Kristen. Barbara reluctantly said the girl's name. You and my son have a serious relationship. Well, are you planning to marry him? To be honest, Barbara, he didn't ask me to marry. For now, anyway. Kristen decided to be brave and looked directly into the eyes of her opponent. But if he calls, I will consider this offer very seriously. You'll think about it. Are you still going to think? Judging by the indignation, Barbara did not appreciate the irony and was sincerely indignant. Look, she's still getting ready to think. What about you yourself? Such a big jewel? I am not a very profitable party at all. Or rather, completely unprofitable, Kristen tried to joke. But the woman did not take this as playful irony. Vice versa. It's very good that you understand this yourself, and you should always remember it. After all, apparently you have nothing. Housing, for example. Yes, I live with my mother, and unfortunately I don't expect an inheritance from anywhere. But I believe in miracles. You never know. Kristen kept trying to soften Andrew's mother, make her laugh, and remove anger and tension from their communication. But she understood everything wrong. But I immediately realized that you were not very well brought up. You don't have to demonstrate this again. I take it you don't have a profession either. Why not? I actually finished school. I tried to defend myself, Kristen. I have a diploma as an artist teacher, by the way, with honors. Well, what kind of profession is this? Draftsman. Honors. Do not make me laugh. I have a younger niece. and she can draw. Well, maybe a little worse than you. So what? How are you going to make a living? Or are you planning to sit on our necks? I don't dare Kristen to sit on your neck, Barbara. Kristen said quietly. And in general, I would like to tell you. If not for us, then for my son. The woman continued, as if not noticing Kristen's words. That is, Andrew will work for you too, and you will draw pictures. Is this how you see your family life? But nothing will work out for you. Don't move. Listen, I won't say it again. If you want to marry my son, get a normal profession. Do you hear? Barbara turned around without warning and quickly walked away. Kristen looked after her silently. Well? Andrew asked with obvious concern. How did you communicate? Yes, we talked. Everyone and my father really liked you. And Mom too. She just told me you have a good girl. Wait and see. Imagine. On the way back, Kristen thought so deeply about everything that had been said that she even stopped feeling pain in her muscles. Or maybe Andrew's mother is right. After all, she is an intelligent, experienced woman. She has achieved everything herself, and she runs such a business. And at home, everything is on track with her. Well, in fact, she, Kristen, cannot feed herself even on her salary. How can she count on a normal family? After all, it turns out that she is some kind of freeloader. Returning to the city, Kristen rushed to find out information about advanced training courses and other ways to obtain additional education. A few days after their return, Andrew spoke with a serious face. Have you thought about studying somewhere else? And I was talking to my mother. She says accountants are needed everywhere now. I don't know how to do it correctly, but in general, you can easily find a job. She even has a friend here in our city. They will hire you without experience. You just need to complete special courses. Kristen looked at Andrew carefully. He understood this look and spoke. Kristen, you understand, Mother won't give us peace anyway. And if you do as she advises, everything will be fine. I didn't tell you my court Kristen as well. Not really my court Kristen. Well, or rather, in fact, of course it's mine, but it's registered to my mother. We have to live there with you. If we decide, Kristen, for my sake. Okay, I'm ready to do anything for you and become anyone, be it a witch or an accountant. I just don't know if I can do it. You see, it will work, he exclaimed confidently. Of course it will work. Everyone can do it. But I'm not everything. I want to do something completely different, I wanted to shout to Kristen, but she remained silent. A few months later, Kristen was working for a large food retail company. She and about 15 other people sat in a huge windowless room, more like a warehouse than an office, and printed an endless document, according to which they then collected and released goods. She now earned almost twice as much as at art school. But there was no talk of any joy or pleasure from work. Kristen felt like a tiny cog in a huge machine, so small and insignificant that even if it falls out, disappears, no one will notice. Kristen, it is you. She heard it once in a big store. Turning around, she saw her old school teacher. He smiled widely. Lord, how glad I am to see you. Well, tell me, how are you doing? Hello. Yes, I live like everyone else. Normally I work. Got married, almost. This is of course wonderful. Congratulations, congratulations. Well, what about creativity, right? I'm still waiting. Maybe you could invite the old man to an exhibition of your works. Drawing is difficult now. Not yet. How so? Are you really not writing at all? It hurts. It's a shame because you have talent. And Kristen, a real talent. Yes, it's a pity. It's a pity. Unfortunately, I still remember your sketches. How so? That's how life turned out. Kristen answered dryly, seeing how the old teacher was lamenting. She, feeling regret, suddenly became offended at him, at herself, at the whole world. She was offended and angry. You see, I need to live on something. It's a pity that the school doesn't teach a course called How Can an Aspiring Artist Avoid Starving to Death? It would be very useful, The old man was taken aback, looked sadly at Kristen and sighed. Well, I was glad to see you. Glad. I wish all the best. He bowed slightly in the old-fashioned manner and walked away. Kristen and Andrew lived in his apartment. A year later, Kristen gave birth to a boy who was named Ted. They never had a wedding. It's just that for some reason neither Kristen nor Andrew talked about it. And then there was no time for that at all. At 2 years old, the baby was diagnosed with heart failure. Kristen's whole life was completely devoted to her son, just as her mother's life had once been dedicated to her. But only if Mom was completely alone, then her beloved man lived in the same apartment with Kristen. At first, despite Ted's illness, she was happy. In any case, she herself was convinced of this. Andrew was caring and gentle. He tried to be at home more often and play with his son. But gradually, at first almost imperceptibly, in some isolated, tiny moments, and then more and more often and clearly, something began to happen that meant the end of their family happiness. Andrew began to sometimes delay returning home, at first occasionally and not for long, but gradually more and more often. "Kristen, hello. Listen, there's a lot of work. Don't lose me." Okay, she heard it periodically on the telephone receiver. Then came car breakdowns with visits to the workshop, meeting a friend from the plane, a dentist, urgent trips to see his parents. Kristen and Ted were increasingly alone. Andrew gradually became completely different. A wall grew inexorably between him and Kristen. Kristen was afraid to admit this to herself and stubbornly continued to convince herself that everything in her life was good, and that there were minor problems and troubles in every family. At the same time, at work, year after year, she did what she did not like and did not understand. The computer and the numbers in the documents gave me headaches and eyes, and the boredom that overwhelmed her in the office was sometimes unbearable. All the old albums, folders with sketches and sketches, once unfinished canvas paintings, everything that was once so dear to her, was her joy, her essence, was collecting dust in her mother's old closed apartment. Anne herself passed away 2 years ago, just as quietly and unnoticed by others as she lived. And the sadness for my mother was also quiet, muted light. Kristen sometimes came to the small apartment, which now became her apartment. She looked through her works, and she had the feeling that she was looking at her past, covered in dust, but still beautiful. And I didn't want to return to the present at all. In the present, she lived some kind of life that was not her own, an incomprehensible, uninteresting, unnecessary life. Relations with my friend Helen were essentially reduced to telephone conversations, which became less and less frequent. Helen, in her usual straightforward manner, scolded Kristen that she was doing something she didn't like and had completely given up drawing, locked herself at home, and saw nothing but a completely idiotic job, as a friend put it. "You live as if under a stick, but look at yourself, you look like, I don't know, a young old woman." Ted, meanwhile, turned 5 years old. Andrew sometimes spent the evenings at home, but they hardly spoke. He sat at the computer or spent time on the loggia with a mobile phone in his hand. Kristen began to involuntarily notice that when she appeared, he tried to minimize the screen on the monitor or turn off the device, or end the conversation. Andrew's phone, which was usually lying around wherever possible, always forgotten by its owner in the most unexpected places, was now always either in his hands or in his pocket. Kristen wandered around the apartment like a ghost, studied with Ted, put him to bed, and went to bed herself. Then she lay for a long time, listening to Andrew settling down for the night in the next room. "We need to talk." She finally decided to break the unbearable silence at home. "Tell me honestly, do you have someone?" He looked at Kristen. Actually, she no longer needed an answer spoken out loud. "What happened to us?" she asked Andrew. "After all, once upon a time, everything was so good with us. You loved me, I loved you. Life was wonderful. What has changed? Why have we changed so much?" "You are the one who has changed, and I'm no longer interested in you." "And then? Let's be honest, I never told you that I love you. Did I like you? Yes, very. You were so unusual, not like everyone else, different in everything." And then she turned into some kind of gray mouse. "But it's you. You forced me to become different, forced me to change, to leave everything I loved, quit my favorite thing. You. You know, my mother warned me that you would blame us for everything. And so it happened. What did you leave there? What's the matter? You'd think you could be a great artist. Nothing would have come of you anyway." "Well, at most I would draw pictures for advertising signs." Kristen closed her eyes tiredly. How right Helen was when she said that she, Kristen, sold herself. And now she is paying for this betrayal. "If you expect to get something from me, you are in vain. We are not registered, and you have no rights to my property. Of course you will move out of the apartment." "Ted." Kristen looked at the man in panic. He saw this look, and something similar to shame flashed in his eyes. "Ted, of course, will live with you," Andrew said embarrassedly. I'm not a bastard to take Kristen away from the child's mother. He seemed to have recovered from his momentary weakness, cast aside his conscience, and continued. And about alimony, keep in mind that I don't officially work. There's nothing special to take from me. If you try to sue me. Andrew, tell me honestly, Kristen, sitting comfortably on a kitchen stool, put her hands on the table and rested her chin on her fists. Did your mother write the words for this speech? What other words? What does this have to do with Mom? He was nervous. Her behavior infuriated him. She didn't make a fuss, didn't cry, didn't beg him for anything. She simply looked at him with her attentive gaze, as if noticing all the details for the future portrait. These are not your thoughts. You can't be that scoundrel. I don't believe. But don't be afraid. In any case, I don't need anything from you. Kristen said, looking at Andrew with sad regret. Everything I need is already with me. What is this? He became wary. What do you mean? Ted, Kristen said calmly. And myself, the real one. The former one, I forgot, Kristen, you. It's just something you don't need. Kristen took Ted's things and went to her old apartment. A few days later, she realized that there was no trace left of her loneliness. She was herself again, the mistress of her life, and paintings and drawings like old friends supported her. With the new job, everything happened completely by accident. Lena, with whom Kristen again communicated, as in the old days, often easily and directly, without choosing Kristen, I had the time and mood, giving themselves to each other and not expecting anything in return, as true friends should communicate, had a birthday. Helen, my dear, happy birthday. Kristen hugged her friend and entered the large living room. She's been here many times. She liked the spacious, bright room with a minimal amount of furniture and a huge shaggy carpet in the center. But today something was wrong. Something was terribly in the way, creating severe discomfort. Kristen looked carefully at the living room and realized exactly what it was: a huge, bright, but surprisingly tasteless flower bouquet standing on the table. It was composed of chic, unusual flowers and greenery, but it gave the impression of some kind of expensive bad taste. Kristen tried not to pay attention to him, but her artistic taste violently protested. No, I'm sorry, but I can't do this, Helen. It's terrible. Where did you get this terrible bouquet? There is no composition, the colors simply oppress each other. Can I correct it a little? This here is completely unnecessary. That's better, right? Well, wait a minute. Helen suddenly stared at her friend. Exactly, I came up with it. This is brilliant, what you need. Listen, I have a client. We are working on a contract with her. FIFA, is all about itself. By the way, she gave me this bouquet. She has several flower shops with a pretense of sophistication. The prices for flowers there are simply terrible. When I looked at one of her contracts with suppliers, I thought that, judging by the figures, she was selling imported medicines. Well, these flowers have a name that will break your tongue. So she complained that she did not have decent bouquet makers. Like them, Helen recalled the right word with a snap of her fingers: florists. Well, what do I have to do with it? Kristen shrugged. I'm not a florist. But you are an artist. Who, if not you, should know what is beautiful and what is not? Exactly. I'll talk to her, we'll send you to courses and start working. Helen, I've had enough courses. I tried to resist Kristen, but Helen, who had gained momentum, was not easy to stop. The new case has taken over Kristen completely. Finally, she again plunged into the beauty of paint, the form of her imagination. Each flower was a separate work of art for her, and those collected together were her personal works. It was as if she was painting human feelings and emotions with colors. She wrote with inspiration, boldly telling stories of love, gratitude, tenderness, and determination with each bouquet. Of course, she, or rather her composition, has regular customers and fans. People sometimes just came to look, admire, and feel the harmony. Kristen, it looks like we need to make a personal showcase for your work, the business owner remarked, smiling. Among her regular clients, Kristen soon began to single out one who periodically went to the flower salon. He was a rather tall, thin man with a small gray beard and hair. He wore thin glasses with gold frames, and all this made his face somehow not modern, as if from the last century. Interesting person. Kristen quietly pointed at him with her eyes to her partner. Someone not from here, as if he appeared from the last century. It will stand for a short time and disappear again. It won't disappear. A girl named Alice answered ironically. He lives quite well in the present. Be calm. Don't you know who it is? Wow, this is George. Well, the same one who runs the car plant. They say he can buy and sell our entire city. He visited us regularly. He has an office nearby, that huge building on the corner. A strange man, he will stand at the display window and stand there, sigh and smile. Maybe he's sick? Well, the rich have their own quirks. Alice was clearly not against continuing the conversation about the visitor, who was interesting in every sense. But Kristen could not stand gossip, and nodding to Alice, stepped aside. Tell me, please. Kristen heard a quiet voice, sounding clear but soft. This is what people say who don't need to be listened to, because everyone already shuts up when they want to say something. Can I talk to the person who compiled them? Yes, please. It's me. Kristen smiled lightly and looked into his eyes. Do you want to buy them? No, I mean yes, or rather he adjusted his glasses. Actually, I would like something like that. No, these are also beautiful, but for me they are too bright, you know. I would like something, how to put it. He fell silent, looking for the right word. Calm down, apparently she suggested. Yes, it's definitely calmer, exactly, the man rejoiced. A very precise word. How did you pick it up? It's not me. This is the theory of artistic art, well-known terminology, answered by Kristen. So you need a calm, warm monochrome? For whom? Can you provide some details? For a woman 56 years old. 3 grandchildren, financier, blonde. He encouraged Kristen's words, taking short pauses between them, and smiled, as if appreciating a new interesting game. Well, I'll try. Kristen smiled in response. This is simply amazing. Each of your bouquets is like, I don't know, like a canvas, a painting. Yes, that's exactly the picture. The man looked admiringly at the bouquet compiled before his eyes. You're just an artist, Kristen, he added, looking at her badge. I'm glad you like it, she said with a slight bow. Like very much. I'm sure the recipient will be absolutely delighted. Thank you, maestro. He carefully took the large bouquet and walked towards the exit of the salon. He came into the salon quite often. Too often for a man and a businessman. This was quite unusual. One day, while selling him the 3rd bouquet in a week, Kristen looked up at him with a smile. You buy flowers so often. She decided to notice. You obviously have many reasons for this. Do you really need a reason to give flowers? I just like to give flowers, he replied, with or without reason. You know, it's like taking colored pencils and coloring a gray sheet. Kristen looked at the man suspiciously, trying to determine if he was mocking her. He uttered very unusual, strange words for a man, especially one who was considered one of the unofficial masters of the city. Flowers are beautiful, and there should be many of them in life. It's true? That's what everyone thinks, don't they? But many people probably think so. But to put these thoughts into practice, frankly speaking, you are the first person on my path who does this. Kristen laughed. Besides, he continued, your salon is very conveniently located between the house where I live and my office building, so we can assume that I come to you on the way home or to work. Well, the last argument is why I began to come here much more often than before. He looked carefully at Kristen. I assume you know it's your work and you. The last words were added very quietly. Kristen flushed, lowered her head, and pretended she hadn't heard, depicting extreme busyness. You know, Kristen, your works still have one big drawback. Kristen raised her head in surprise. Yes, and this flaw migrates from one of your jobs to another. They are all beautiful, but short-lived, alas. And sometimes I want your bouquet to stay with me forever. This one, for example. Do you want me to do it? Would you like me to draw it for you? Suddenly suggested Kristen, who suddenly wanted to pick up brushes and paints until her fingers trembled and she cried. 3 years have passed. On a wonderful May morning, Kristen got up very early and still realized with fear that she was unlikely to have time to do everything that was planned. Today is the day of a grand event that she has dreamed of all her life. Just yesterday she was pleased with how everything was organized, but in the morning she suddenly realized with horror that she needed to change the position of the paintings and put on additional light. On the contrary, several huge windows need to be covered. You definitely need to remove the last 2 pictures. Still, it was not for nothing that she felt that they were not ready yet. Everything had to be perfect, and for this, a lot more needed to be done. It was necessary to call a dozen places, coordinate a huge number of little things, which, as usual, came out at the last moment. Despite the fact that today's entire event had been carefully planned and prepared for a long time, it was organized by the best specialists, and yet, it was her business, her life. And only she knew how everything should really be. Today, a personal exhibition Kristen opened at the Central Art Gallery of the city. As experts wrote about her, she is one of the most talented and promising artists of recent times. Well, are you ready for world fame? A huge bouquet of wet, half-bloomed peonies, probably consisting of at least 100 flowers, cautiously entered the room. The bouquet had man's legs. The immense bunch of flowers moved slightly, and from behind it appeared a thin face with a beard and glasses with thin gold frames sitting on his nose. "No, I'm not ready," Kristen laughed, feeling her anxiety, worry, and excitement disappear like smoke. She came up and hugged the bouquet, which the man continued to hold in his hands on the other side. Then she moved the delicate, subtly fresh-smelling buds and kissed the cheek that appeared. "Kristen," he whispered, "I love you and am very proud of you." "I love you very much too, George. Thanks for all." A few hours later, Kristen, in a stunning dress, accepted congratulations on the resounding success of her exhibition. A little to the side, squinting in pleasure in the bright light, stood George, her husband, the man thanks to whom her dream became possible. The man who loved her for who she was. After an endless reception, the couple finally got ready to go home and got into the car. "Kristen," she suddenly heard. A man in a driver's uniform stood a little to the side. He had a baseball cap on his head. The face was in shadow, but in the figure, in the pose, in the manner of holding her right hand a little back, Kristen felt something very familiar. She looked closely, and a light, sad, barely noticeable smile touched her lips. "Wait a minute. Okay?" she said in the direction of George, who was already sitting in the car behind the wheel, and moved towards the one who was standing. "Andrew," she didn't ask, she said affirmatively. "Hello." "Hello," he answered hoarsely. "I hardly recognized you, but I still recognized you. Well, congratulations. So you achieved your goal, you became queen." He grinned wryly and said, "Andrew." "No, I just became myself," Kristen smiled.